Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, everyone. We are live now, so we're going to get started. I want to welcome Clerk Trenum to his first City Council meeting. Welcome to the City of Hamilton. Looking forward to working with you, and I would ask you for your first City Council function to please confirm that quorum is present.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Quorum is present today.
Thanks so very much. So good morning, everyone. I see we have some guests in the gallery, city staff, folks that are joining us online. We have quorum present for today's meeting, so I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order and ask folks to please stand for the national anthem. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded before we get into the meat of the agenda that devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Before we get right into the approval of the agenda, there's just 2 or 3 things I hope you will indulge me with in terms of some things that I think we need to acknowledge. First of all, I think we all agree that Hamilton is not a place for hate. And so I think we're all equally appalled by the news of the planned visit to our city by a group that promotes hate. I think we all strongly condemn that collectively and have spoken myself, of course, and others as well to this. But I think it's important as we start our council meeting that we acknowledge that this is something that is not acceptable in our city and that our city must be free of racism, discrimination. People need to feel safe and welcome and belonging in our city, and we have a responsibility to stand up to that hate each and every time we see or hear it. That group is not welcome here, and I think we would all agree. It's also important to acknowledge we've lost a couple of pillars of our community in the last little while. So, of course, we are all mourning the loss of Tom Wise, who has made significant contributions to our city. He's a person of great integrity and of charisma and compassion, of course. He was very much a key persona in the city of Hamilton, not only in the city at large, but also, of course, a pillar of the Jewish community. As you all know, he led our Hamilton Future Fund for some time. And so I think on behalf of all of us, I want to just share our condolences with Tom's wife, Sasha, and their entire family and friends. Of course, Bill Custers. We also lost Bill Custers very recently, and my heart was heavy when we found out about his unexpected passing. People will know that Bill was the manager of Cable 14 and a 2022 Order of Hamilton recipient. passion for local broadcasting and sharing the stories of Hamiltonians was only surpassed by his dedication to his community and the connections that he had to the people of this city. And finally, we found out yesterday morning about the loss of Councillor Paul's mother-in-law, so our condolences to Councillor Paul's husband Gord and their entire family. And I do want to say on a more happy note that we are really, really happy to see that Councillor Clark's wife Linda is home and on the road to recovery, and we just want to wish her a very, very speedy recovery. So I know that I don't usually take this much time at the beginning of a council meeting, but I did think it was important to note all of these important things that are happening in the city of Hamilton with the people that we know and respect, and I think that's an important thing to do. So on that note, I will now ask for the approval of the agenda. Clerk Trenum, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have a number of additions, starting with there are 6 added communication items. Item 5.14, correspondence from Sally Palmer, Hamilton Social Work Action Committee, respecting a request for AMO to advocate to the Government of Ontario to increase ODSP and OW rates. Item 5.15, correspondence from Mr. Hussain respecting his speaking notes for his delegation at the July 8th, 2024 GIC meeting. Item 5.16, correspondence from Kimberly Moran, Ontario Medical Association, and Colin Best, AMO President, to advocate for better healthcare system in Ontario. 5.17, correspondence from Mary Wynn Lorenzo respecting an invitation to the Hamilton Fiesta Extravaganza 2024. Item 5.18, correspondence in response to the General Issues Committee request to verify the account number on item 8 of the General Issues Committee report 2412. And 5.19, correspondence from Rose Costello Alvarez respecting supporting the Indigenous Seat Initiative. There are 2 added notices of motions. 8.1, an amendment to item 1 of the General Issues Committee 2324, respecting report HSC 23041. And 8.2, an amendment to item 6.3 of the Council meeting 21024, respecting Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Initiative project stream funding. There's 1 added private and confidential matter. This is item 11.2, correspondence from Lisa Shields, City Solicitor respecting confidential legal update regarding proceedings under the Endangered Species Act, Delsey Pond. This is pursuant to section 239.2 sub F of the Ontario Municipal Act. Lastly, there are 17 added bylaws, number 123 through 139.
Okay, thanks very much. May I then have a motion to approve the agenda, please, as amended? Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Please cast your votes. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, we'll then go on to the next item on the agenda, which is ceremonial activities, which we have none. So approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, item 4.1, June 26, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 26, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any discussion on the minutes, folks? Seeing none, we'll just go to the vote then. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to communications. Councillor Francis, may I have the motion on the communications items, please?
You may. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that Council Communications 5.1 to 5.19 be approved and as presented as follows.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on any of the communications items? Councillor Meekin, can you, and folks, can you please identify on the system so that I make sure I get everybody on the roster? So we have Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Your Worship. As always, the list of significant pieces of correspondence outweighs most of our abilities to think about all the issues, let alone respond. But there's one in particular I want to speak to, and that's item 5.9, correspondence from Colin Best, President of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, around AMO's advocacy on homelessness and encampments. I think it's really important that we, as a council, stand in solidarity with AMO. It's an awesome responsibility to be an AMO rep, I got to tell you. The depth and breadth of issues that come across that table, I know from personal experience, is massive, and I think we're eternally blessed to have Councillor Wang doing this job, and she may wish to speak to this issue as well. I've had a chance to read the July 2nd AMO policy paper, Homelessness Encampments, Ontario Municipal Perspective, and I commend it to everybody's reading. It's a very thoughtful and solid piece, and one I think we'd have no trouble not only receiving but affirming and letting our AMO rep go back with that clearance and indicate our awesome support for the work they're trying to do. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Mayor, I wanted to speak to also 5.9, but also 5.6. So speaking first about 5.9, I thank the Ward 15 Councillor McMeekin for his kind words. This is a massive file for AMO, and it is something that we literally talk about at every single board meeting, and this council should know I do the roundup after each of the board meetings, and this has single-handedly been the largest potential consuming topic of all of AMO's membership. 444 municipalities. It is not just a Hamilton issue. It is across this province where we see a confusion, challenge, hardship in terms of how we are managing encampments. And as you will see from this correspondence, there are several key action items and key messages that AMO is asking from the provincial government, which is a little more clarity in terms of how we deal with encampments, financial and supports around encampments, and as well ensuring that we are also building up some of the funding asks for mental health and opioid addiction. So these are all things that we at this council speak about quite often, but it is further recognized by the other 443 municipalities, including the great city of Toronto, where we are all suffering from the same, and we are all learning how to manage encampment issues. So I feel that this is something that the association has heard loud and clear from its membership, and it's something that we ought to potentially change the be received to be endorsed, and then go from that perspective.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. We have a bit of a speakers list growing here. Councillor Taddison, is this on the same item? All right, so we've had two speakers now suggest that we move to endorse as opposed to receive. I think by virtue of being members of AMO, we already have endorsed this, and in fact, that's what if you look at the actual letter, it says to please post as an information item in your next council meeting, but I'm happy to, if it's the will of this council, to move to an endorsement. That's, I think, in line with the position we've taken all along. So if folks are prefer that. I don't know that we need to take a vote. I see the heads shaking around the table. And so unless the clerk would like a vote, no. Okay, so if we can then just please move that to an endorsement and notify AMO to then add to their correspondence to other municipalities as well. Thanks very much. Okay then, Councillor Taddison, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, 5.6, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Speaking about 5.6, it is a correspondence from Durham Region requesting support for their resolutions respecting moving towards a sustainable approach for asylum seekers and refugees in Durham. This is I think I have asked the clerk to write the recommendation as be endorsed. Specifically, Durham Region lists and talks about how the struggles for supporting an influx of asylum and refugee seekers in their region. And they're asking for additional care and funds from the provincial government in order to help sustain and also an actual action plan on how we actually support those. And I think that this is something that Hamilton has already been suffering from. We have, through your advocacy, Mayor, we have seen some small amounts of dollars flow from the federal and the provincial governments in order to support asylum and refugee seekers. But there needs to be more, and we need to also support those that are living homeless and encamped that are also Canadians and Hamiltonians first. So I think that the clarity around a process and an action plan is highly needed. So this is what Durham Region is asking for, and I believe that we ought to be also endorsing this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wang, and again, apologies for missing that second item. Councillor Tattison, please.
I just wanted to bring attention to correspondence 5.8 from Lynn Folks. She recently attended a AGE Lands meeting, and then there was a report from Geoprocess Research Associates. And the report, according to this correspondence, said that any natural area under 10 hectares is considered of little value unless it has some special provincial designation like an area of natural and scientific interest. And basically, these natural lands shouldn't get in the way of development. And I wanted to know if anyone on the bench could make a comment about that report.
Please go ahead, GM Robichaud.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. That would not be the normal approach that we would take in terms of identifying and protecting natural heritage features. There is a distinction in our official plan in terms of provincially significant features, core features, and then locally significant features. Where they have been identified either through aerial photography or field investigation, they get reflected in our official plan, or we require applicants at the time of their application to submit that additional information identifying those features and the necessary supporting studies to assess those features and any potential impacts of development on that. So I would not agree with that sort of characterization of lands under 10 hectares inside, any natural features or any lands under 10 hectares inside not being of significance or worthy of protection and or further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison.
Thank you. No further questions. I'll take that up with the resident and explain that. Thank you.
Excellent, and as you know, this was referred to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development for action as well. So thank you for that, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just briefly on 5.7, which is correspondence from the City of St. Catharines requesting support for the resolution respecting the Green Roads pilot project. I'd ask for this to be endorsed, and that's the status on the agenda today. This is about a pilot project looking for more sustainable ways to build roads, and we know we have lots of work to do in that area in Hamilton. I had some correspondence with GM Can, and we'll look to or staff will be looking at this and potentially helping with a motion to look at something we may be able to do in the city of Hamilton in the near future. So just a heads up to council for that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cassar. I don't see any further requests for comments on the communications items, and so we will then go to the vote. So can we have the vote up, please? Please indicate your vote on the communications items as presented and amended. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are now going to move into Committee of the Whole. So Councillor Francis, may I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole, please?
You may. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Thanks very much. Can we get the vote up on that? Councillor Tattison, did you vote? He gave the thumbs up. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. So we're on to committee reports then. And the first one, 6.1, City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioners Report regarding citation Frazina Anthony, Reed, DGB, Hamilton ICI 2024-04, dated June 28th. 2024. May I please have a motion to receive the Integrity Commissioner's report and approve the recommendations contained therein? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Beatty, did you want to second that motion? Okay, there you go, Councillor Beatty. Any discussion on the report, folks? Councillor Cretch?
Thanks. I appreciate this revised report and just want to speak to it really briefly. I think it's really difficult actually to do the job of the Integrity Commissioner in lots of ways. The balance is trying to be as transparent as humanly possible with the public about what happened, because the question we get often is, so what went on here? What have you done to investigate this issue? How are you trying to resolve it? And I think that that's an incredibly difficult thing to balance at times. And also, there have been some fraught situations with Integrity Commissioners across the province. It's obviously not an easy job to do. And obviously when this council gave feedback saying, hey, could you reconsider some of these things and have a look at them a second time, would you be willing to do so? Integrity Commission took it back and did that. And I think what we have now is more in line with, I think, what the public expects of us and of the Integrity Commissioner. So I think it's great and I'm happy to support that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch, and I'm glad you raised it because we had a really good conversation about what needed to be done to make that report something that we can approve. And so then on that note, if there's no further discussion on that particular item, we could go to the vote. So can we have that vote up, please? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to General Issues Committee Report 24-012, July 8th, 2024. Councillor Francis, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
You may, Mayor Horvath. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that the General Issues Committee Report 24-012, being the meeting held on Monday, July 8th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. I believe Councillor Maureen Wilson would like to lift item II, respecting representation by the urban Indigenous community at City Council, item 11.2, from the information section and add it as item 15 to the General Issues Committee report. Councillor Maureen Wilson, will you please introduce your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just as you have explained, I'm asking my colleagues to support my effort to lift a motion that was discussed and debated at Monday's GIC. I was absent from that important engagement, as has been typically the custom of this body when members are absent and then they're present and they would like an opportunity to ask questions, to make statements so that they can be held accountable to their residents and to the larger public. I would like that to exercise my right as a council member to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a seconder?
No, I don't.
I'm sorry? Oh, Councillor McMeekin's seconding. Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Okay, so then on the motion, any discussion? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath, and good morning. And in light of the fact a quarter of members of council were absent, as Councillor Maureen Wilson has said, and I believe as well for the most part, except for one item, Councillor Nan, yourself representing us out of province, and Councillor Clark looking after his loved one. So in light of the fact that a quarter of members of council were absent for the debate, everyone knows strongly where I stand when we get to it, but I will support the lifting of it. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Mayor,
Oh, is
mine
that
is
just on the GIC general, or is it on this motion, Councillor Clark? I'm sorry.
it's on item 8C, 9H, and 9J, so if you could come back to me, please.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Thanks, Matt. Okay, so then I don't see any further on the lifting. So we'll go to the vote on the lifting, please. And that carries 14 to 1. Thanks very much. So we will now go to item 15, I believe. Although it seems to me that there are other items in order that councillors would like to raise, but because it's just been lifted, I think it's appropriate to go directly to item 15. So that is now before us. Is there any discussion on item 15? Please indicate so that I can keep a list organized. So on item 15, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It is an absolute privilege to be in this chair at all times, but particularly at this time. I'm very thankful to you, Mayor Horvath, for kicking off the meeting by recognizing the incoming hate to our community and how we must stand in unity in sending a strong message that neo-fascist, extremist, hateful barrage of unwelcome thugs is not welcome here. Regrettably, hate is threaded throughout our history, and our efforts must be continuously, all the time, everywhere, all at once, to denounce those expressions. Here in Canada, we have some awkwardness in recognizing and understanding our history. And even up until this morning, in dealing with matters of equity and justice and reconciliation, I find myself continuously, Mayor Horvath, in a matter of pushing and pulling such that in my efforts of service, I try not to do harm willingly. And I know that in moving the yardsticks forward, I hope, and I know we are all committed to doing so, that part of the effort is making sure that our residents walk with us, even recognizing that they are at different points along the journey. Here in Canada, my understanding of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was it was not born out of a lead, but rather an obligatory push. And that was, by that I mean that the government of Canada didn't all of a sudden wake up and say, this is the right thing to do. In fact, it was part of it came to be as a settlement, a legal settlement, a requirement in order to avoid class action. Through a legal settlement between the residential school survivors, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit representatives, and the parties responsible for the creation and operation of the schools, meaning the federal government and the church bodies. So painfully and obviously, the work had to be done by those who are the very victims of the system. But now, and part of Truth Reconciliation Network is ours, and it must be ours. And we must lean into it even when, but particularly when it's hard. So I'm not going to use my time to engage in questions when I already know where I'm hoping to land. That would be, I think, disingenuous, although when we do that as colleagues, it's important work because it is part of our obligation to educate and to lead. So to that end, I apologize that I was not here for the discussion on Monday. I appreciate the support of my counselors in enabling me to lift. I do think that we have heard from urban Indigenous representatives and residents in our community that they would like to come to the table, whatever shape or form that takes or means. And my position has always been, as an institution, when someone wants to sit at your table, that's a really good sign. And we should always be making our tables different or bigger or larger, and to make room in whatever shape that takes. So to that end, I will support the motion that was put to my colleagues at GIC on Monday. And I look forward to hearing any other comments. But that's where I will land on this subject. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a special thank you to my council colleague who has raised this issue. You know, it occurs to me that none of us are immune from the challenges that living in this time and space present to us. The easiest thing to do is to stand with and maintain a status quo, even if there's ample evidence that the status quo on many occasions is dysfunctional. I agree entirely with Councillor Wilson's admonition that gathering people around the table is important. I remember once hearing, it must have been in some church setting, that the definition of poverty is having lots of people gathered around the table, but no food to eat, or having lots of food on the table but no one to eat it with. And we can't learn and grow and move unless we are committed to listening and learning and acting. So I intend to support the motion. We have a long way to go and many steps to take together. But the most important step in a journey is the first step, and we were indeed privileged to have the presentation from our Indigenous people to invite us to take some of those first steps. And I think it's incumbent on us as municipal leaders to walk those steps and to explore with clean hands and open minds a new way forward. And I'm anxious to get on with that. It's important that we lead when we have an opportunity to lead. And that's before us now. So I will support the resolution, and I would urge council colleagues to join in doing so. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Mayor Horvath, forgive me, because again, a quarter of members of council weren't here on Monday, and we have members of the public in our gallery today and from a particular community, as well as many of my constituents listen in on council day. They don't necessarily have the time to listen in on all the standing committee days. So for my colleagues that were here Monday, forgive me. I'm going to regurgitate, if you don't mind, Mayor. I spent hours putting my speech together, and I'm going to say the same speech in light of the fact of the greater audience here today. I respect very much the Ward 2 councillor and his genuine desire of this initiative to start the conversation, bring it forward. I respect the delegation that the Circle of Beads provided a few weeks ago and their advocacy. I had the honor of spending a couple hours with Audrey Davis, Executive Director of the Hamilton Regional Indian Center, to understand more about Indigenous culture and break some bread as well. So Mayor Horvath, if you'll just indulge me, I might just go a bit past the 5 minutes, but I'll try to speak a little quicker. I cherish our democracy, Mayor Horvath, and our democratically elected bodies. I'm honored to be here. Every 4 years, I pound the pavement with my report card to see if the people of the East Mountain still want me as their representative. The Circle of Beads stated accurately, there was a time women were not permitted to sit in these seats. But what the Circle of Beads did not go on to say is that, and to my knowledge, and I'm always open to be corrected, to my knowledge, every woman who has been around this horseshoe ran for public office, including the very first one, Alderman Nora Francis Henderson, that was elected in 1931. They were not appointed. I admire very much Indigenous past representatives and current representatives that have been elected. I admire Elijah Harper. Some who are too young in this chamber may not remember, former Cree MLE in Manitoba, and later MP in the House of Commons. One of his claim to fame, besides being an Indigenous member of the two House bodies, was that he led the charge against the Meech Lake Accord by former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney because he felt Indigenous issues were not taken into account. And I currently admire the elected Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew, Onagaming First Nation. Both ran for public office and won, no appointments. I admire my former colleague and current MP, Matt Green, first of African Canadian heritage who ran for council and won and continues to win. I admire my former colleague, Councillor Aidan Johnson, first elected member of council from the LGBTQ community who ran for elected office and won. And for a moment of self-aggrandizement, I am very proud of being the first council member of Armenian heritage to have run for a seat here, and deeply proud to have won and honored to be here since November of 1988. For me, there is enormous satisfaction and gratification to run for elective office and be in the winner's circle. Even after my first attempt, which many people forgot, I ran and lost, but I persevered. Finally, I now regret having voted for the Board of Health restructuring. You may recall I aired concerns and forewarnings that to alter the configuration around this table could create a domino effect in the future. I was the last holdout. I regret now, and at the very end, I did vote to make it unanimous because several colleagues of mine asked me if I would vote to make it unanimous 6-7 months ago, which I did, and a few colleagues that asked me for unanimity and to be a team player, I did. But I had been very concerned that potentially the elected body we have here under the Municipal Act that could pave the way for further initiatives that could alter. And I also had several colleagues of mine at the time say, don't worry, Tom, the Board of Health restructuring will simply be a one-off. And here we are now today with the potential, and I know the motion is just starting a conversation, but I think I know, and I would say that my intuition tells me what the ultimate and desired outcome would be. Comments suggesting for the Board of Health, Mayor Horvath, for the reconfiguration, and I regret that. And so now, I don't want to be accused of inconsistency. And so I say that I regret the Board of Health restructuring because I'm not going to support the motion here today. I will honor the Municipal Act and the 16 of us who have earned the supreme privilege to be here, and will not support the exploration of adding a non-elected seat to this request and any offer that may come forward in the future. By the way, I'm not aware of any MPP or MP or other councils in Ontario that have appointed members serving alongside elected members. To me, it diminishes those of us who have run for elected office. The people of Hamilton have entrusted the 16 of us to oversee their city, not a midterm change that they did not see on the October 24th, 22 ballot for a 17th possible appointed seat. To conclude, Mayor Horvath, I'll wrap up real fast, and thanks for your indulgence again. To conclude, imagine the supreme ultimate honor of an Indigenous person from Circle of Beads, Six Nations, Haudenosaunee, Seneca, Mohawk, Iroquois, running for elected office here in Hamilton and winning one of the 16 seats and being the first of Indigenous peoples What a glorious, glorious history that would be for our city. Just like the first woman, Nora Francis Henderson, just like Aidan Johnson, just like Matt Green, and just like Todos Tamajan, that being me, Tom Jackson. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I supported the motion of GIC, and I will emphatically support it today as well. I'd just like to make some comments to explain why I'm supporting it. I recognize that we're each at different stages in our journey on this matter, although I disagree with the opinions that were expressed Monday and that are being expressed today by some, but I respect them. I want to point the public and council to a document that the AMO released 2 or 3 years ago, a guide for Indigenous and municipal relationships. There's 9 steps in there. The first step is to start by listening. And I think we're doing that well. We've listened to the Circle of Beads and hopefully have been listening to the Indigenous community more broadly. The second step is about educating yourself. I know as a child, and it's probably similar for everybody here, we did not get a great education on Indigenous history and our relationship with colonialism and First Nations and all Indigenous people. Although I know some of us, including myself, have taken it on ourselves quite seriously to educate ourselves and understand that Indigenous people were here for thousands and thousands of years before the first Europeans were, and we're great stewards of the land. Colonizers came, and I would say at a high level, we've done a pretty poor job at stewarding the land that we live on. I won't go into details there, but I think it's well understood what I mean. The next step, step 3, is speaking up thoughtfully. Councillor Kretsch has put this motion forward, which ties into also step 4, which is a call for action. I won't go through all the remainder of the steps, but I think this is part of our journey here in Truth and Reconciliation to be starting a conversation, which really, that's what this is. We don't have formal decision-making authority. We cannot have a direct relationship with First Nations. That is the province of the province and the federal government. There is no foregone conclusion here that there would be an appointment of an Indigenous person in a new Indigenous seat. This is a request for the province to review our request and consider the possibility of formally incorporating Indigenous voices into how we govern our municipality. Like I said, it's the starting of a conversation, which I fully support, and I recognize that change can be, where it's rarely comfortable, it's very easy, as has been said before. I think Councillor Weekman mentioned it, that status quo is very easy. That's the easiest thing to do in many cases. Our job here is to further our relationship here with Indigenous communities and, benefit for Hamiltonians in general. So I ask my colleagues to consider the fact that this is a request. It's beyond our scope of authority. It is asking for review. It is asking for more information. There's no foregone conclusion. I think it is incumbent upon us to take that step on behalf of our Indigenous community members. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Wang, please.
Mayor, Councillor Kassar said everything in magnitudes and plethora more eloquently than I could have ever said. So I echo Councillor Kassar's comments, and I would like to say that I support this motion, and I hope that my council colleagues will ask for this report back and will educate ourselves on what is the art of the possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. I first want to say I'm grateful for members of the urban Indigenous community for coming to bear witness to this decision today. It's obviously very important to them. They've delegated a couple of times to us. They've sent us correspondence and made it known that this matters to them. We read out land acknowledgements at the beginning of these meetings, and one of the lines in those land acknowledgements is about learning. We've all been called as treaty people for many years now, many years now, to read the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and to heed the calls to action that came forward from it, many which apply to us at the municipal level. There's a list I know that the Urban Indigenous Strategy folks have provided to us already on this point. And every single one of us has been given the opportunity to learn from the urban Indigenous community in Hamilton. In fact, they invited us all to several meetings to hear from them directly, engage with them and ask them questions. And I appreciate them doing that and offering us space to come and speak to them and understand why this is so important for us to consider. Look, the reason why there was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in part is because we didn't listen to Indigenous communities when they asked us to pay attention to the things that were important to them at all levels of government. We just didn't listen to them. They said for decades, sometimes centuries, these are issues that are important to us. Please listen to these issues. They've asked us simply here to review and consider their direct request and to get more information from city staff about it. I think that's totally reasonable. I don't think, as Councillor Jackson said, that the outcome is predestined. I hope it's not predestined. I hope our city staff can act actually with impartiality, because we're not the ones here directing city staff to come up with an outcome. We're asking them to report back and give us more information and help us to understand what the implications of a decision like this might be. In that way, I think this should be a simple decision to ask our staff for more information and to honor a request made by the urban Indigenous community. If it's not, I think that says it all.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is a question of clarification. I could not attend the General Issues Committee meeting on Monday as I was in the process of working with the hospital to discharge my wife to my care. I understand that you yourself, Mayor, have drafted a motion as well as Councillor Crutch. I'm trying to understand what's actually happening. So if Councillor Crutch's motion is defeated, is it then your intention to bring your motion forward?
Absolutely it is, yes.
Thank you.
That will come at the motions portion of the agenda, though, is my understanding, in terms of procedure.
I understand, and I, having read your resolution, I support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. We're now on to Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, I'm really, I'm lamenting this conversation because I think that the possibility exists that this may be framed incorrectly, that if the motion that we're talking about here fails, it may be viewed as an obstruction to truth and reconciliation. And I think that it's possible that those who may vote against this motion may be framed as being against truth and reconciliation or moving forward in a conciliatory or reconciliatory fashion and turning, as they say, reconciliation into reconciliation. And I want to flatly state that I am very much in favor of building a better relationship with our local Indigenous communities, full stop. This is something I've taken a personal interest in over the past 9 years or so, Mayor. Even before being elected, I've been on a journey of learning. And I think, although I'm not an expert by any means, I believe that I may be more educated than some. I've read all 600 plus pages of the TRC. I've read all 94 calls to action. There are 8 calls to action that have been specifically identified as pertinent to municipalities, and this is highlighted by our own Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Those calls to action are publicly available on the AMO website. Of those 8 that pertain to municipalities, the only one that I can really distill down to having a direct impact in this particular instance is number 47, which states that along with our provincial and federal counterparts, we repudiate concepts used to justify European sovereignty over Indigenous peoples and lands. And the doctrine of discovery is used as a prime example. Some could argue that this very governing body that we're in is an example of a concept used to justify European sovereignty, but I don't think we're quite at the stage yet of repudiating ourselves. We may be at some point, but I think we're a long way from that. And in the multiple sessions and meetings and learning that I've done with Indigenous speakers and elders and scholars over the past 9 years, there's a theme that always presents itself, and that is of treaty nations. It's been spoken of here. 2 separate and distinct nations running in parallel. I believe the term is the 2-row wampum. And there's a quote that I hear used, and I visualize this very easily, that each will travel down the river of life side by side, neither will attempt to steer the other's vessel. Mayor, the direction that I've heard is that this is what is required. And that's the direction that I believe is continued, is needed to continue to move forward. And I'm having trouble wrapping my head around the motion aligning with that. And I think that the motion that you're bringing forward, should this fail, will perhaps allow us to get into a better position to have that take place. We do need more consultation. We do need more conversation. I hope that this conversation as a whole doesn't set us back, Mayor, but I cannot support the motion. I didn't support it at GIC. I won't support it here at council, but I am interested in moving forward with the proposition that you are potentially bringing forward in a few moments.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to be clear, just the same thought as Councillor Beattie. It is not whether we support the Circle of Beads, the Indigenous people. That's not the question we're being asked to vote on. I heard Councillor Wilson say we love the table to be bigger and bigger so that we could invite all. I'm just wondering, we have 15 councillors. We have one wonderful mayor that lead us, and I really appreciate you, Mayor, how you lead us in this way. And I want to say that each councillor represents everybody, whether they're Indigenous or whether they're not. That's our duty. And the reason I can't support is, like even Councillor Jackson said, they were not voted in. And the matter of fact is we can educate ourselves with Indigenous matters, and we should. So that's not the question. We want them come and speak to us with their inquiries, with what they would like us to do. But to sit at the table without being elected is a different story, I think. So my intent, I will not support this because the intent of the Circle of Bead was not to explore it, not to see if legislative we could change the rules, but it was to really, they want to be at the table. And to me, it's not clear what that really means. So, and because of that, I will vote no, but I'm glad, Mayor, that you do have another motion coming, and I will support that if it fails. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. There are no further speakers on the agenda. I'd like to actually hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Matt Francis, so I can say just a few small words.
Go ahead.
So, thanks so very much. This is a very important conversation that we're having, and there is obviously a different place that various members of council are on their own path to reconciliation. We as a council have a secondary, or in fact probably primary role as a council to bring the city administration, organization, staff, as well as the community with us in that commitment to reconciliation. And I have heard, and I apologize that I wasn't able to be at GIC on Monday, but I did watch on YouTube because I thought it was really important that I hear what the conversation was. And it became very clear to me that we're not, as a council, kind of in the same place when it comes to that, the steps along that path, so that we can then be true, responsible, humble partners in a path forward for our city as a whole. And so folks might wonder, why then is there a second resolution coming? And I'm not going to speak to that because that would be inappropriate. But as mayor, I really take my duty and responsibility seriously in terms of trying to create a space and a conversation that helps us to move forward collectively. And that's not what I was hearing on Monday. And so I will speak on, if this motion fails, I will speak to my motion later on. I believe it's in Section 8, in the motions and the agenda, if I'm given the honor to waive the rules and bring it forward. This is an important journey for all of us, and we take that responsibility as individuals seriously, I believe, but everybody's in a different spot when it comes to their individual path. And we as a council and as a city also have an obligation and responsibility in terms of our journey together. And so for that reason, I've put the motion forward as a way to say, later on in the agenda, as a way to say we do have a path forward, but one that is opening up of the conversation, opening up of the collaboration, not one that has preconceived notions of where we're going to end up, but rather is actually the kind of open dialogue that I believe will help us to move forward. And so on that note, I'll pass the chair, I'll take the chair back, Councillor Francis, if that's okay. All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers on the list, so we will then go to the motion that is before us, which is item 15 in the GIC agenda. So please go ahead with your vote.
Just quick clarity on the way the vote works on a motion that was defeated on a tie, just so we all know how we're voting. If the clerk could clarify that.
I'm sorry?
Just for clarification procedurally for everybody in the room, we do this every time. When a motion dies on a tie, how we end up voting to support or not support that. So I want to make sure procedurally we understand what we're doing. So if I'd like to support the motion I originally put forward, how would I vote?
Through you, Mayor, so to the members of council, the motion on the floor is as it was presented at GIC. So if you are in support of the recommendations, that therefore be it resolved, at the end of the motion, you would vote affirmative or yes. If you are not in support of those recommendations, you would vote no.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. So we'll put the votes up, actually, so can folks please identify their vote? That vote is defeated 7-8, and appreciate the conversation and the discussion and look forward to further discussion later on in the agenda if we're given the opportunity. Thanks very much, all. So then we are now on to item, where are we? The balance of the planning and, rather a balance of the General Issues Committee report. Is there any further speakers? I think there were some folks that had identified. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to item 8. It's really just a question. It's Pier 8 Development Waterfront Shores Development Agreement, Greenway Strata Title, and the Delegated Authority. Item 8C, the sentence at the very beginning of the paragraph says that staff be directed and authorized to fund all costs. I'm curious why it's worded in such a way. Would we not simply be funding all city costs?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'm not sure who might be able to respond to that query on item 8.
C.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Chris Phillips is, I believe, is been attending virtually, and he can clarify in terms of the nature of that specific wording in the recommendation.
Councillor Clark?
But if the councillor could just repeat the point of clarification, it would be appreciated, just so we can respond to his question. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's item 8C. The opening sentence says that staff be directed and authorized to fund all costs associated with the agreements. That could imply both city costs and the proponent's costs. So my question is, why would we not have it phrased as all city costs.
Through you, Madam
Chair,
Mayor.
thank
That
you.
the intent of the recommendation is it only be costs incurred by the city of Hamilton with the transaction as opposed to any costs incurred by the applicant or the prospective purchaser. If the council wishes to clarify by inserting the word city, staff would have no objection to that point of clarification to the recommendation. Thank you.
Is that something you'd prefer, Councillor Clark?
Yes, I would prefer that. You know, we have to be careful with wording because down the road, 2 years from now, it could be argued that it's for all costs. And so if we could insert city, whether or not, Mayor, that is a friendly amendment or whether or not I need to move it, I'm happy with either, Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. I would imagine since the general manager, acting general manager of the report said that this is something that provides clarification, that unless there's a member of council that thinks that somehow that needs a formal motion, that we would just consider that to be a friendly change. Okay? I don't see anybody suggesting that's not the right thing to do, Councillor Clark, so thanks very much. Clear language is always very important. I believe you had another item?
Yes, I
Councillor
did.
Jackson, can I just hold for a minute?
No problem.
Is it Councillor Jackson, are you on item 8 as well? Okay, so Councillor Clark, do you mind hanging on for a minute while Councillor Jackson also speaks to item 8, and then anyone else who has anything on item 8 can also go before you? Is that all right? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath, and I also reserve the right to speak to items 1 and 7 as well. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Yes, with Pier 8 Development, Waterfront Shores Development Agreement, I know Manager Chris Phillips has things well in hand, and I spoke on Monday of my concern, increasing concern as more and more development will be happening down at our West Harbor, including with the 1,600 executive townhome residential development and the 45-story tower, that parking is going to be a premium and it's going to be needed even more, even though there'll be members of our community that will speak to the fact to take public transit, cycle, or walk. But coming from much farther geographic areas of our city, that's going to be impossible. And we want all of our citizens of Hamilton to continue to enjoy the great image transformation that has occurred over the last 20, 25 years at the West Harbor, with even more social recreational developments and residential development as well. And so I'm just concerned that people that would love to engage and participate and enjoy our West Harbor parking either may not be maintained, sustained, and hopefully increased in the future, just given the amount of development occurring and how the development's occurring and where it's occurring. And so, but I know Manager Chris Phillips commented Monday that it's on his radar, and I just hope for the enjoyment of all that, and including tourists from beyond our borders that want to come. We have averaged about 500,000 people a year that visit our West Harbor and the beach strip to enjoy the multi-use recreational trails and other amenities. I'm just very concerned that the single-family vehicle is not going anywhere. It's not going the way of the dodo bird. It's around, and it's around strongly. And so I just want to make sure parking is, the amount of parking, availability of parking is still on the work plan, and Manager Phillips has assured me it is. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Don't see anybody else on item 8. Oh, Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Thanks. Prognostications about dodo birds aside, I think that it's important for us to embrace transit in this city. I've been to many North American cities and other places outside of North America where when they look at their waterfront amenities, places like Christie Lake, 50 Point Conservation Area, other kinds of spaces, they really prioritize making sure there's accessible transit for everybody to get to and from those spaces, especially on big days where parking requirements are important. So folks can park in satellite locations, they can get bused and shuttled out to these primary places where people enjoy themselves, and I think we have to invest in that, and that's part of the conversation we had at the West Harbor Subcommittee, where I really made sure to ask Chris Phillips and others what our plans are for transit and making transit better in the area so people can get to and from this space. I don't think anyone's for, in the hottest neighborhood in the entire city of Hamilton, just pouring endless amounts of concrete down to increase the urban heat impacts on a place we go to get coolness and refreshment. So we have to have a balanced approach to this. Well, I'm sure cars will be around for a while. I'm not here to predict, though. We also have to make sure that we're doing everything we can to meet our climate change goals, and we're doing everything we can to make this more accessible for everybody to get to the waterfront. So I'm hopeful that we'll keep moving in both directions here to ensure that we have a waterfront that's accessible for everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Again, I don't see then anybody else on item 8. So we're going to then move along to the next item, which I think was Councillor Clark had identified item 9, and then Councillor Jackson, item 1 and 7, just so we're all on the same page here. And so, Councillor Clark, please go ahead with your comments on item 9.
Thank you, Mayor. It's item 9J, specifically an increase to the Hamilton Paramedic Service operating budget, a maximum of $713,000, including 1 FTE at corporate facilities, and be approved in principle and included for consideration in the 2029 budget. So first, can I get clarification that the 2029 tax budget is the correct year?
Thanks very much. I think Chief Sanderson might be able to respond. Please go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Clark, the 2029 budget is the anticipated date for completion as developed by corporate facilities and emergency management in the planning process for this facility, and that's why it would be a referral to that fiscal year for the budget.
Thank you. And can I get clarification? Highly unusual language in a clause specific to a future budget. It indicates that council's approving this expenditure in principle, and yet it's being referred for consideration to the 2029 tax budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think Finance perhaps could answer that question.
Director McMullen?
Yeah, so through the chair, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. So yeah, typically with capital projects in our capital budget process, we do have future year operating impacts of staff required to run those facilities. So we typically would show them at the time that capital budget project comes forward, but we always end up deferring them until the particular year when that project comes on stream. So we have the process during our budget process every year where those funds for those, in this case, FTEs, would then just be kept on be moving out until the year when they're actually required, and then they would be built into that budget in that particular year.
Yes, I understand that, and I agree with that, Mayor. The question is the terminology that council is approving in principle this expenditure. I'm not sure why we would indicate that in a clause when it will be up for consideration in the 2029 tax budget. So it kind of ties council's hands, and we've already approved it before we actually see the 2029 tax budget. Generally, we say the item is being referred for consideration in the 2029 budget or whatever tax year. So I'm trying to get clarification. My concern is approved in principle.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Clerk Tenham has some clarification for you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, in principle tends to replace referred because with referred comes some specific procedural requirements. Referring a matter versus approving it in principle. It's not formally approved by council. In fact, council can still consider it, make its approval or deferral or alteration of that motion when it eventually comes through as part of the budget process. Essentially what you're saying is this may be necessary for this project and we approve it in principle, but we will wait until we see the budget come forward, at which point we will formally consider it.
And yet it's been the practice of the city that we refer items to the budget year, the out budget year, that we don't approve them until it comes before us in the budget. So I have real concerns about the beginning to use the language approved in principle. Highly unusual, and I can't support it. So at the appropriate time, if you could have a severed vote on item J, my preference would be that it's simply referred to consideration for the 2029 tax budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Clark. And I would say that when Clerk Trenham has had a chance to get his feet wet and have some time here in the city, we will be having a conversation as a group, maybe some training or workshops around some of these things that that may be more appropriate now than perhaps in past practice. Things change over the years, things don't stay the same, and so there might be formal training and recommendations and decisions to be made in terms of how we move forward with our city and the way that that we operate with the advice of our professional clerk. And so thank you for raising it. It's an important matter, and we look forward to we'll take that out as for a separate vote, and we look forward to the opportunity to have a broader training with the council members when it comes to the issues of procedure. Chief Sanderson, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Mike Sanderson, Chief, Hamilton Paramedic Service. That we could consider that to be a friendly amendment in the process. The use of the term referred versus principal is, I understand, a language issue. We're not concerned about it being referred versus in principle. However, whatever council prefers in that process.
Thanks. I mean, I think that what we really need to do is, and I appreciate that, but I think what we really need to do is take the advice of our professional clerk, and people want to vote against that, that's fine, then we'll have a recommendation afterwards. But I think that if we're going to have a professional clerk that's come on board, that's going to help us in terms of our future everything from our bylaws to our structure to all of those things, then I think we need to start off with that on the right foot. So on that note, appreciate your comments, Chief Sanderson, and we'll separate out item J for a separate vote when the time comes. So now we're back to, was there anything further, Councillor Clark?
No, Mayor, that completes my items. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, thank you. Councillor Jackson on item 1, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just a little summary commentary. City parks with active construction projects as it relates to the encampment protocol. I was very, very grateful. Councillor Nan moved this motion this past Monday, which I seconded, to see if we can find some form of a compromise and do more of a citywide exploration by General Manager Carlisle Cahn's excellent team, and hoping coming back to the August 12th meeting, I think it makes imminent sense that any particular park citywide, that is either with council approval of funds underway with construction and redevelopment and/or will be underway with construction and redevelopment, that they would be exempt from the encampment protocol, and tents would not be allowed during even that period of time. And members of council and the public, my East Mountain community are very much pushing me, advocating strongly that this jewel of a park, Mountain Drive Park at Concession Upper Gage, that has already had one phase of it completed last year. Phase 2 is underway this fall and next year with new amenities of a sun shelter splash pad, new playground, lights, pathway, exercise area. But unfortunately, within the current protocol and the restrictions within the protocol, given the largeness of the site, unfortunately, the tents are there and has caused a deterrent of many families that wish to use the park currently. And as well, there's studies being done for soil testing right now that we're still waiting for the further final results. Mayor Horvath, I deferred my site-specific Mountain Drive Park exemption request to August 12th. I'm hoping staff will come back and seeing criteria met for a citywide, and where other members of council, it's necessary to have a citywide approach. I'm all for that. But if whatever the results might be may not be amenable or acceptable to my community, I reserve the right to reintroduce my site-specific motion on August 12th for Mountain Drive Park. And Mayor Horvath, I've just learned recently one of the potential casualties of tents in our neighborhood parks is that one of my parks, the SUPI program, may not be going ahead, and the children of that park will not be able to use that park because not enough families have registered that normally would register. It's not staff's initiative. It's because of the low numbers And so trying to consolidate resources where they can best use them for the greater good and the greater number of children, that potentially now this park may not have a SUPI program because too many families are rightfully and justifiably fearful for their children in proximity to where the tents are. So anyways, I'm with cautious optimism and fingers crossed, Mayor Horwath, I'm hoping for a favorable outcome with number 1. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Anybody else on item 1? If not, then we'll go to back to Councillor Jackson on item 7. Please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Horwath, on a very happier, wonderful note, major hosted tourism events in our city. Congratulations to the acting new Director of Tourism and Culture, Lisa Abbott, and her excellent team. They've landed the Canada-wide science fairs in Hamilton. That's now done, delivered, signed, sealed. Wonderful. That's great. I believe a couple of years will be coming in the late 2027, 29 calendar timetable. And with fingers crossed, 2 great events that have brought multitudes, thousands of people to Hamilton, above all for our own citizens, the Junos and the Briar, the Men's Curling Championship. We've had them in the past. Enormous, outstanding extravaganzas and great successes, spin-off economic development for our local businesses, especially the hotel industry. I'm hoping staff will be able to land both these events for the mid-20s, 2026, 27, and 26, 27 for the Briar and the Junos. We were the first municipality, Mayor Horwath, in the 90s that had the Junos in a large complex such as an arena, Copps Coliseum known back then, now First Ontario Centre. And I said on Monday how in the past it was more of an elite event in Toronto with just 1,000 people that could attend, all tuxedos and that kind of thing. But Hamilton put in a bid, and we were the first ones in the 90s to host a large venue for the Junos, 10, 12,000 regularly attended, and then other cities caught on and wanted it as well. So I hope they're both coming back to Hamilton. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody further on the list to speak on this report. So then, seeing none, we have the report had been moved by, I believe, Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Taddison, if I'm not mistaken. So on that, we'll then go to the vote on the approval of this report as amended. Actually, we
just
have
a
J.
reminder-
We have to remove item J, sorry.
Correct. This will be the report, save and accept item 15, which council's already voted on, formerly agenda item 11.2 of the GIC, as well as item 9J, which will be voted on separately after the vote.
So we usually do the.
Oh, you do it first?
We'll
First
do
is-
the first,
that's fine.
we take the exception out first. So this is then on, if you can remind me the number again, 9J. So on 9J, as was raised by Councillor Clark, that request for a separate vote. So the vote is up. Oh, I misvoted. I'm sorry, I misvoted. I voted no, but I meant to vote yes to that item. I apologize. Is it, I don't have anything up there. Thank you. And that carries 14-1. Thanks very much. We are now on to the balance of the report, with the exception as identified by Clerk Trenum. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much, folks. We're now on to the Planning Committee Report 24-010, July 9th, 2024. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
You may, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Cretch, that Planning Committee Report 24-010 being the meeting held on Tuesday, July 9th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. I believe, Councillor Cassar, that you have an amendment to item 7 respecting housekeeping amendments and strategic updates to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Rural Hamilton Official Plan and modifications and updates to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05-200 and former City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 6593, PED 24113. Councillor Cassar, can I please have your amendment?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, as you mentioned, it's item 7. It's item BII, and it's to remove BII that says that the draft bylaw attaches Appendix D to report PED 24113, which has been prepared in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor, be enacted by council. And this is, I believe, just administrative error that should not have been written the way it was, and maybe staff can explain further, but that line shouldn't have been in there.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Your seconder?
Sorry, Councillor Cretch again.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there, does anybody wish to have a further explanation, or folks are okay with the understanding of the housekeeping amendment here? Okay, then. So if there's any discussion, none, we'll go to the amendment first. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to further items on this report. If anybody would like to raise anything, our speakers list is open for the Planning Committee report. Okay, seeing no takers, we'll then go to the adoption of that report by council. The vote is in front of us. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much, folks. Item 6.4 is the Public Health Committee Report, 24-006, July 10th, 2024. Councillor Francis, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee report?
You may, Mayor Horvath. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that the Public Health Committee Report 24-006, being the meeting held on Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. That's moved and seconded. Is there any desire to have comments or questions or remarks on anything in this report? Seeing none, we'll go straight to the vote then. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We now have to waive the notice provision because, as we know, we have a contracted schedule during the summer months. And so, Councillor Francis, may I please have the motion to waive the notice provision to introduce the Public Works Committee Report 24-009 and Audit Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-013, please.
You may. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that Section 5.82 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before a report of a standing committee, the selection committee, or other committee reports that directly to council is presented to council. To provide adequate opportunity for review, be waived in order to consider the Public Works Committee Report 24-009 and the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 24-013.
Thanks very much. The motion to waive is in front of us. It requires a 2/3 majority. So could we please have that vote up? And that carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. So we are on to those reports now. Public Works Committee Report 24-008, July 10th, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Matt Francis that the Public Works Committee Report 24-009 being the meeting held on Wednesday, July 10th, 2024 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. That's moved then and seconded. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It is item number 5D. It indicates that we're going to have a full-time municipal law enforcement officer at an estimated cost of $140,000 to be funded by user fees collected through engineering services. So am I to understand that we have full cost recovery on this FTE?
GM Can, please.
Yeah, through the chair, General Manager Carl Can, Public Works. That is correct, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers to this, so we'll go then to the vote, moved by Councillor Spatafora and seconded by Councillor Francis. That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee report is item 6.6, report number 24-013, July 11th, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee report?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Spatafora, that Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 24-013, being the meeting held on Thursday, July 11, 2024, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items that folks would like to speak to or have voted on separately in this particular report? No, seeing none, we'll then go to the vote, please. That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. Let's now get to the rising from the Committee of the Whole motion. Councillor Francis, can I have that motion, please, to rise from Committee of the Whole?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Horvath. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that council rise from Committee of the Whole.
We have the vote on that, please. That carries 14 to 0. Thanks very much. So now we're on to motions. 7.1 is sanction encampment sites motion. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mark Taddison. Whereas the sanctioned encampment site was discussed as a possible solution to manage encampments in the City of Hamilton at the June 19, 2024 General Issues Committee by delegates as well as representatives from the Hamilton Police Service. And whereas an amendment to the updated encampment protocol was added at the June 19, 2024 General Issues Committee, where staff will be evaluating the opportunity of increasing certain distances in specific cases, and that report will be presented at the August 2024 General Issues Committee meeting. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee in August 2024 with an information report that identifies the resources required to integrate services and supports for individuals living unsheltered into a sanctioned encampment site or sites, including 1, a summary of the results of the previous completed jurisdictional scan and operating model analysis of sanctioned site options, and 2, a cost comparison of current encampment protocol spending coupled with cost estimates for sanctioned site options. Mayor, may I speak to this?
Absolutely. Your seconder is?
Councillor Pattison.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
I think that there has been lots of discussion, both here at this horseshoe as well as in the media about this. This is an opportunity for us to take a look at the costs associated with a potential sanctioned encampment site. It is something that we have heard loud and clear from community, those that are impacted by encampments, those that are living in encampments, and those that are, in general, quite dissatisfied with our existing protocol. And I do believe that we will never get 100% compliance into a sanctioned encampment site. So this motion seeks to discover the costs, the resources needed in order to do both, have a sanctioned site as well as our encampment protocol. And I hope to hear and see that report back in August, at the August 12th GIC meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Further speakers we have on this list. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I have a question for the mover of the motion. Does this motion exclude sanctioned encampments in parks, or would that be included in this review?
Councillor Wang?
The idea is that it would be, all of those options would be explored. It is the cost of how we would run a potential sanctioned encampment site that could be on lands that, they're all have to be lands that the city or the municipality owns. So I don't know if I can definitively say that particular point, but it does explore all of those options, Councillor.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you. Just some comments, Mayor. I have been opposed to encampments in parks and sanctioned encampments in parks from the very beginning. And I cautioned that going down that road would see an increase in homeless individuals and unhoused individuals sleeping in tents in our parks, and that occurred. I am concerned about beginning down a path that could potentially see sanctioned encampments in parks. And I don't support that at all. In the report that came forward from our staff originally, they actually looked at a number of parks that could potentially be used for sanctioned encampments, including one in my own ward, Valley Park. The area that was under consideration that they thought they could put an encampment in was actually in the outfield of the Ball Diamond. And so I have some concerns about what is being proposed, and there's no limitations on what's going to come back from that review. May I ask, will this also include the Barton Tiffany lands and properties like that? Because that has come up many, many times, and there never seems to be an appetite for it. I'm trying to understand, I guess, the latitude of the motion, Mayor, and it would appear that there really is none. They'll look at everything.
That's my understanding, Councillor Clark. Just to confirm, we're getting head nods from Councillor Wang. It's an open review of the entire ball of wax.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll listen to my colleagues and I'll vote accordingly. At the moment, I'm leery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Okay, we now have Councillor Danko. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I fully support this direction to review sanctioned sites for encampments. You know, we did this a year ago at the start of the protocol, and it's certainly worth reconsideration at this point. Hearing from residents, hearing from police, and others that are very clear that the current encampment protocol is not working, and improvements are needed. So I think it's definitely, you know, prudent for us to relook at that, and appreciate Councillor Wang for bringing that forward. But similar to Councillor Clark's concerns, I want to be absolutely clear that when the public is asking for sanctioned encampment sites, they don't mean that we're going to have sanctioned encampment sites and still have tents in parks because of the encampment protocol. They mean we're going to have sanctioned encampment sites instead of permitting parks, tents in parks. So as we're moving down this path, if this is both, I think there's a bit of a disconnect between what we are talking about as a sanctioned encampment site and what members of the public are talking about as a sanctioned encampment site, because they are very specific. When they mean a sanctioned encampment sites, they mean exactly what Councillor Clark just mentioned, like the Barton Tiffany lands that you are not permitted to camp in a park, no tents, no encampments in parks. You can go to the Barton Tiffany site or wherever that sanctioned encampment site is, but it's not both. So as we communicate that, and as staff report back, I think that's a really important consideration that we have to be clear with members of the public. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Jackson, please.
Mayor Horvath, I could not agree more with Councillors Clark and Danko. I'm willing to support Councillor Huang's resurrecting of the sanctioned site exploration. If you recall last summer, we all do, I'm sure, staff brought a report forward initially in August on the Monday. I think it was a 12-hour GIC, and they recommended sanctioned sites, and unfortunately, and I think to staff's credit, regrettably, that they actually listed some sanctioned sites, getting ahead, proposed sanctioned sites, getting way ahead of where council and the community might be, which was unfortunate. And so I voted against any sanctioned sites last summer. Everyone knows. My community is very much aware of the fact I voted against the flawed encampment protocol that's currently before us and has been for 10 months. I felt the optics of sanctioned sites would literally be open door. City of Hamilton, open door, both within and unfortunately beyond our city's borders for those tent people, for those unhoused folks that have heard that Hamilton now has sanctioned, legalized sites that they could come and occupy. And those municipalities around us would be, if you will, more free of the concern of having sanctioned sites in their municipalities, but instead more saturation in Hamilton. So Mayor Horvath, last summer I voted against it. I appreciate, in light of the 10 months of the experiences of what more and more of us are hearing from our communities and our wards and our neighborhoods, that the current encampment protocol is definitely not working. Let's never forget, HATS came forward in 2023 with 3 well-researched sites: Cathedral Park, Lloyd Street, and Tiffany Barton. They brought them forward. No politicization, as one or two of my colleagues like to regularly use. Let's not politicize things. No staff involvement. They, on their own, as volunteers wanting to put up a tiny home, a project, brought forward those 3 sites. And we all know what happened. Those 3 sites eventually fell off the table, and then we got into the brouhaha on Strawn Avenue 6 months later. So, Mayor Horvath, the whole nub of this, and I'm still waiting for a member of council, sanctioned sites or not, I'm still waiting for a member of council to put their hand up and saying, look, I'm willing to be the first one as a pilot project for a sanctioned encampment site. And lastly, Mayor Horvath, if Councillor Huang's motion with the staff report back is to have any legs to it at all, as Councillor Danko said, and I'll use a different word, there must be a correlation. Sanctioned site here, where there's agreement, it must correlate with removing tents then in neighborhood, family-friendly parks. If sanctioned sites are to hypothetically exist, but Tom, you know what, if the tents show up in those neighborhood parks still, well, that's okay, sorry, then for me, the conversation will end right away. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We're developing a bit of a speakers list here, so I'll just let folks know where they are so they're aware. We have Councillor McMeekin, then Councillor Francis, then Councillor Beatty, and Councillor Wang is on the list for a second time. So, and I do want to say I appreciate the tenor of the conversation remaining respectful, and I think that that's what's happening and appreciate that. So now we are on to, I'm sorry, Councillor Francis, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor
Oh, sorry,
Horvath.
sorry, I'm sorry, it was Councillor McMeekin. I apologize.
If you're anxious to go, Councillor,
Sorry, Councillor Francis.
Your Worship, I don't want to add a deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. I think we've had a long history of protocols around working things out, and not a very good history. I think we initially went from maybe we could arrest and fine homelessness away. That didn't work. Then it was, well, maybe we could knock down encampments and arrest people. That didn't work. And with each change, there was a level of enhanced concern and compassion, and I think at that time, some sensibility. We're now in a situation where, as one of my council colleagues has expressed, there's a growing rage in the community, particularly as relates to neighborhood parks and the need for us to move forward. So, and there are challenges with that. There are lots of, I heard the word disconnect, lots of disconnects, not the least of which is that our homelessness or unhoused, whatever the term we want to use, is exacerbated by the fact that we don't have a shared sense of purpose necessarily with the two senior levels of government, and that's unfortunate. But it's a reality we need to deal with. So I want to take a minute to share vision. Someone suggested to me, and I just preface it by saying there are communities with properly functioning sanctioned communities. Kitchener-Waterloo is a good example. Their first tent city, which became a cabin city, was so well received, award-winning model, that the region of Waterloo decided to create a second 50 cabin site. It's on Herb Street, right on the border, Tom, outside the urban area, not in a park. So appreciating the words that have been shared. The other constant that comes up is the challenges we have around mental health services and the like, and the need for support. And one of the real joys of the Waterloo experience is that was built right in by Karen Redmond and the region and the Kitchener staff from the get-go. So I appreciate this motion. I think it speaks nicely to where we're at. But here's the vision. Someone said to me the other day, why well, maybe let me put it, instead of in the negative, let me put it in the positive. Would it be possible to identify 6 sanctioned sites, not in parks, where they could be cabin sites or tent sites? There'd be up to 25 unhoused folk in each site, with complete support services, perhaps even somebody, as in Kitchener, a live-in component. They call Nadine up in Kitchener Mother Teresa because she knows everybody there and reaches out. It's a very good system. And tied to that, a consideration of putting in place a mobile health van with doctors, pharmacists, whatever it takes, that would travel from one of these sites to the next a couple times every week, engage Mohawk College, who I understand is willing to take their vocation van onto any site to try to help encourage individuals to acquire some skills, as has happened up in Kitchener, that kind of thing. So when I think of sanctioned sites, I think of sites that aren't going to rub raw the sources of current discontent, if I have a minute left, and can in fact address the concerns that are being expressed. I would say it's fair to say, Councillor Wang, almost universally now about encampments in parks, and do it in a way that actually is helpful and can turn our community from the rage they're feeling towards parks to a true partnership where we can all come together and work together and think together about creative, entrepreneurial, innovative ways that we can stand in solidarity with our on-house folk. That's the vision, and I want to share it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Now, Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. We desperately need to get to a point where we don't have any encampments in our parks, and I will look at all options, that will end this current situation. So I'm willing to support this review in hopes that we could potentially achieve that goal, but I will not be supporting anything that comes forward which permits encampments in our parks or trails in our ravines. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I just want to state that I have been, am, and continue to be opposed to the use of encampments in our parks. That hasn't changed. And to restate what I stated almost a year ago, there's a simple fact that parks are not designed for this kind of use. Quite simply, they're incompatible with the true purpose of the park, and it's embedded in their inherent design and purpose. And I think that this is causing a lot of continual friction on both sides of the equation. But with that said, it's very clear that the current system is not working. And I think we need to continue to explore and potentially revisit, go back to some options in order to do this better. So I will support the ask for the collection of information on the basis that we're trying to find a different way to do this. And I think that I'm hopeful that this will lead to something that is to the betterment, not just of the traditional park users, the neighborhoods that rely on these infrastructure assets, but also for the betterment of those who are living encamped. I think we owe it to them as well. So happy to support this, but like the comments many of my colleagues have offered, continue to be opposed should this come back in a manner that doesn't deal with the use of parks as an encampment site. I will continue to oppose that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Kretsch, Kassar, and Wang for a second time still on the list, but I'd like to say a few words before Councillor Wang. So just giving Councillor Francis the heads up that when that time comes, I'll call on you to take the chair. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Thanks. Also happy to support a report from staff, and that's all this is, with no caveats from me, warnings, directions to staff about what I will and won't tolerate in the report, but just that they can actually do their professional job and report back to us and we can find out what they have to say. I think it's really important to do it in that way and do it openly and neutrally so that we're not trying to direct staff on the outcome of a report they haven't even considered yet. That being said, I think that one of the things we have to continue to remember is there are many legal contexts here regarding what we can and can't do. Regardless of how we may feel or other individuals may feel, there are some legal contexts to consider about where people will go. There's no dispute now that if we don't have a place for folks to go, that we can't tell them it can go nowhere. As the Ward 2 City Councillor, the person with, I would argue, the most encampments across the city, I can tell you what the harm is firsthand of chasing people from park to park to park, or green space to green space, or sanction site to sanction site, wherever. What the harm it does psychologically to people, and we now know from evidence from actual experts, not just people opining, but actual experts, that it causes harm and death. So when we're making these decisions, we have to think about and center the human beings who are part of it. Those folks are going to be disproportionately impacted by every decision we make here. So let's let our professional staff lead on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor. And just real briefly, this isn't a problem that the city can solve in the short and medium term. This is a predicament. And the predicament definition is there is no solution. And that's the challenge that we have here. And I don't think any of us here want to have to see encampments in parks. We don't want the people to be there. We don't want the families and the children to have to experience that. But people need to go somewhere. As Councillor Kretsch was just saying, we need to come up with temporary solutions to deal with this predicament. And if we, the sanctioned sites here, hopefully, if we have a report back and have a recommendation and some sites that work, that can relieve a lot of pressure on parks. As has been said before, we can't force people where to go, but it'll give options, hopefully appealing options for people who are unhoused. But if sanctioned sites don't solve and don't meet the bar of all councilors around the table here, then we have to think of what other short-term solutions there are, short-term options there are. And Councilor McMeekin is talking about some inspiring options. So I would just encourage us to keep thinking about other options. And yes, we will say no, potentially some of us, to encampments and parks, but then what? Where do people go, as Councilor Kretsch is saying? So let's just try to work together here and find ways we can mitigate the short-term solution while hopefully we get support from higher levels of government to deal with the fundamental problem here is that there's not enough shelter and there's not enough housing for everybody. So think long-term. In the short term, it's going to be uncomfortable, and we need to work together to lead the city and find ways that are acceptable to everybody. I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kassar. Not dissimilar from some of the comments that I wanted to make. I'll pass the chair then over to Councillor Francis, if you don't mind, just to make a very few comments.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to repeat what folks have said, but I do want to say thank you to Councillor Wang, who I spoke to quite some time ago now about her initiative, and I was actually on the same page in terms of thinking about bringing something forward, so I'm glad it's before us. And I thank you, Councillor Wang, through the chair, for bringing forward something that's open-ended, right? Something that is broad and that does what we need to have done, which is have the scan, the analysis. I would say that it would be likely that we would need a session that's informed by our city solicitor as well when that time comes, but I leave it to the staff to determine whether that's going to be required when the report comes forward. I would say, though, if we do go down the road, if we follow this to a situation where we have sanctioned sites, I just would, and I don't want to presuppose what the staff might come back with. I've had the opportunity to talk to a couple of mayors around the country who have gone in that direction, including the one referred to, Mayor Verbenovich, that Councillor McMeekin referred to, but also there is a different model, if you will, that's being employed in Halifax, a different model in Edmonton, and on the East Coast as well, I believe in Surrey, if I'm not mistaken. The thing that I want to just put on the table is that tents are not amenable for people to live in. And so if we look to a sanctioned site, I would hope that we're looking at something that is much more humane than a tent for people to shelter in, because that is not, I don't think, acceptable. It's not acceptable in the heat of the summer, which we're facing right now. It's not acceptable in the cold of the winter. It's not acceptable in a rainstorm or in, we just need to be really thoughtful about, if we go down the road, lots of things, obviously, but I would just want to put on the table as mayor that tenting needs to be something that we don't sanction, right? And that if we have a sanctioned site, I would expect that we move away from sanctioning people existing in tents. And so on that note, I do appreciate the opportunity, Councillor Francis, and I'll take back the chair. Councillor Wang, please, now for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Just respectfully, I wanted to just clear up a point that potentially Councillor Jackson had made, saying that in the August 13th GIC report that staff had recommended sanction sites. And in all clarity, they had provided locations, but in that report, they did not recommend sanction sites. So I just wanted to make sure that that got cleared up. So I thank Councillor Jackson for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I don't see any further speakers on the motion. Looking up to the screen. No? Okay, so then we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, folks. 7.2 is a motion by Councillor Kretsch regarding the Workers' Arts and Heritage Centre capital updates and repairs. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Thanks. This has been on the agenda for a little while, so I won't belabor by reading out any of the whereas clauses, but to say that this is to assist the Workers' Arts and Heritage Centre with capital updates and repairs. It's obviously a well-beloved heritage building in Ward 2, actively used by the folks who run the Workers' Arts and Heritage Centre, which is, of course, not just a museum, but a gallery space and other space for workers' history in Hamilton. So an important part of the Ward 2 community. It's in dire need of repairs. They have got some funding already from federal and provincial governments, but not enough funding to deal with some of the smaller stuff. So that's what the area rating fund is for in some ways. And so got this to finance staff, had it approved, and here it is before you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Danko on this? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is, why is this coming to council and not committee? Because area rating funding motions for infrastructure typically go to Public Works.
I'm not sure if there's a response to that. I don't see anybody at the staff table that has a response. Perhaps Councillor Kretsch?
As usual, we ask city clerks what to do, where motions should go, and they direct the places they go. I'm not trying to put it here for any exciting reason. Might have been a timing reason. I don't frankly remember. I usually just defer to staff in terms of where the motions go. So it's here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Danko.
Okay. And then the second question is, I'm struggling to reconcile how funding a third party with city tax dollars meets the provisions of the Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve. My understanding of that reserve is this is strictly for city infrastructure.
Director McMullen, please.
Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy and Corporate Services. So the use of this fund, these funds are typically do come before council. So despite the fact that we have a policy and guidelines, the decisions that are then made end up before council and committee for committee and council to make a decision on. So it is not out of the ordinary for these types of things to come back before council.
Okay, but the point of this is $30,000 of funding that's going to a third party from the Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve, which was put in place specifically to fund city infrastructure, not for grants, not for third parties. So does this meet the policy for that reserve?
Director McMullen?
So through the chair, the policy includes some wording around, some social infrastructure and discretionary funds related to some options available to the councillor.
Okay, thank you. So, I know nobody really wants to hear this, but again, this is pork barreling. We're using city tax dollars to fund.
Can I just ask that you be careful, Councillor Danko, in terms of accusations, please?
Certainly. So, we're critical of the Premier for using public money to fund his friends and enrich others, but what would happen if, say, for example, Councillor Pauls came with a motion for $30,000 for church? Or say I came with a motion for $30,000 for Cardis for Balfour House? Like, we would go apoplectic because it's not an appropriate use of city funding. No, it wasn't last term, 2 terms ago, and the reason I'm sensitive to this is that Councillor Whitehead used $10,000 to pay for a movie in the park, and the public reaction to that was, oh my goodness, how dare Councillor Whitehead use public money for a public good to benefit, basically pay for votes. So, if that is the policy, that's fine. We have to change the policy, but it's never been abused to this level before. And it's ongoing. It's an ongoing issue.
Councillor Danko, Again, please, let's be careful about how we characterize the actions of our colleagues.
Thank you. That's all.
Thanks very much. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I see. Okay, so thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, for the opportunity to speak on this item. I'm going to support this item. And I would remind my council colleagues that there is a high level of latitude that is allowed for area rated funds in the wards 1 through 8. It usually speaks to capital, but it also speaks to social justice. And so I recall bocce ball courts getting funded. I recall many, many things getting funded that while I may not be willing to go down that road in my ward, other councillors are wanting to do that. In this case, it looks to me like these are capital repairs that are needed for this Workers' Arts and Heritage Center, which is a remarkable building in itself. And we would want to encourage the third party who is in control of the building to do everything they can to maintain it. And so I'm not opposed to this going forward. I think in the future, if the wards 1 through 8 councillors want to readdress and look at how they would fund projects and what is permissible and what isn't, just a reminder that the councillors outside of wards 1 to 8 do not have area rated funds. And so we work through our minor repair budget and we work with city staff to come forward with motions where it's necessary to assist local community groups. We do this all the time, Mayor. So I understand Councillor Danko's concern, but this is not necessarily outside of past traditions of this council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kretsch for a second time, please.
I don't know what to say about being compared to motions before by Councillor Whitehead, but all I can at least say, I'm not trying to pay for both votes or abuse any processes. I know that it seems fun to continue to impugn me for these things, but I think it's inappropriate. I wish you'd stop it. So to this motion specifically, I checked in with finance staff before I got here and talked about whether this made sense or not to do it. And I want to say, because it seems like memories are short sometimes, at the last council meeting, I literally put forward funding for a church to help them to make it more accessible because there's such a lack of spaces in the North End for people to be able to have, meeting places. And this church can't afford to put a lift. I'm helping them with some of the expenses. They can use other monies for a lift and other kinds of things to help with the ceiling repair. The not-for-profit status, and this is the important part to remember, that these are not groups that are making a profit. These are only for not-for-profits, and that's part of the policy discussion, is that it has to be a not-for-profit and that it has to be for capital expenses. It meets both of those things. So I don't see why we wouldn't be doing this. And I'll just remind everyone, the challenges that are faced in the wards 1 through 8 were outlined, and the reason why these funds exist are there. People pay additional taxes to be able to support things in their community. There's a wide range, I think at this point, of almost 100 different groups or motions that I brought forward that demonstrate that this money is always being used in accordance with the policy and to support the community. So I don't see the issue and hope people will support it.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
I appreciate the mayor's caution expressed to one of my colleagues. I think it's extremely regrettable to ascribe motive, particularly motive that's untoward and not in keeping with our duties and practices and policies. With respect to this particular building, it is used not exclusively by the residents in that area. It is used by groups and organizations that come from all over the city. And there is a deficiency of many services and capital amenities to assist when people congregate, and they intentionally congregate in the downtown for a whole bunch of reasons. Finally, I would like to suggest that if this kind of characterization is going to continue, then I would welcome any and all of my colleagues to revisit the policies which guide us and to make any proposed amendments. I think that would be much healthier for us all and more akin with the spirit in which we seek to treat each other and to govern in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Again, I think it's the responsibility of the chair to listen to the discussion and debate and try to guide the conversation in a way that's appropriate, respectful, professional, and healthy. And so that's me while I'm chairing council meetings, and it's many of you as you're chairing committee meetings and other forums. So thanks very much. I'll look to the speakers list. I don't see any further speakers to this issue, and so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 14-1. Thanks very much. If I'm not mistaken, we're now on to motion 7.3, which is an amendment to item 2 of the general issues. Oh, no. Oh, yes, that's right. Committee report 23-023, respecting public feedback and recommendations for encampment protocol and sanctioned sites, HSC 20036G citywide revised, which was approved by council on August 18th, 2023. Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion?
I'll do my best, Mayor, but I'm going to need some assistance from clerks. This was just asked to put this on the table. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what it is that's in this direction that we're actually approving, because I thought all this was already approved. So if I could ask for clerks for direction.
Deputy Clerk Pilon, please.
Through the mayor, the direction at GIC in June was for staff to prepare the amendments to the protocol based on the recommendations that were approved, and that's what we're doing right now with that motion.
So this direction is actually implementing the amendments that were approved. Okay.
Sorry, correct.
Okay, so in that case, I guess this is mainly a housekeeping direction, but I would ask for a separate vote on the portion of Appendix A, Section D.20, and that is the exclusion of Strawn Linear Park from the encampment protocol.
I have to admit, as chair, I'm a little bit confused about where we are here. The motion in front of us is the exclusion of Southern Park and Sam Lawrence Park within the encampment protocol. I had thought that was referred or deferred to the broader conversation at the last meeting. That was referred or deferred to the broader conversation. So I'm feeling a bit perturbed because I think we've had this conversation already, and that the path forward that was collegially developed was that all of those motions, and I think Councillor Francis had a motion, if I might, and Councillor Jackson had a motion, and my understanding was all of those motions were moved to the further staff report that's coming in, I want to say August? August 12th. So is that your understanding, Councillor Danko?
No.
Okay, so I'll ask Clerk Trenum then to help us out.
So, thank you, Mayor. Going back to the motion that was passed at General Issues Committee, the wording of it is that exemptions due to the nature of the construction scope and tendered schedules to be considered for further amendments to the encampment protocol. This was passed and approved prior to that in June, so it is in order for it to be received. Given the fact that council has recommended this report come back in August. It would also be in order to defer this as well, but it is in order for it to be considered by council and for Councillor Danko to move it.
Okay, I understand. All right. Do folks understand? Somewhat? No? Shaking of heads? Can you
Yep,
please?
I can try again.
Try again.
Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor.
So through you to the members of council, this was recommended and approved at the June meeting, and the motion passed at GIC this week and approved by council today states that further amendments to the protocol. This is not a new amendment since the passing of that. This was one that was recommended previously. It's only now coming forward to action. So this is a previous one, not a further amendment to the protocol. Again, council's decision based on this week's meeting is to refer everything to August when that report will come, which is something that could be done, but it is in order to consider it today.
Okay. Thanks very much. So please continue, Councillor Danko.
Yeah, so I want to be clear that we know what we're approving here. So if you look at Appendix A, the highlighted portions of that appendice are the changes that were approved in the last round of meetings. So 100 meters of spaces from Spaces Program for Children, 100 meters from a funeral home, 100 meters from a long-term care facility, 25 meters of an active construction site, 5 meters of any pathway, or within the full length of the Strawn Linear Park. So those were the amendments that were approved with the staff report at the last GIC and the last council meeting. This direction is actually implementing those changes in the bylaw. Do I got that right?
Correct.
Okay. So in that case, I'm fine with all of them, except for, I prefer a separate vote on item D20 of Appendix A, and that's the exclusion of the Strawn Linear Park.
Okay, so I just don't know procedurally how we do that when in front of us is a motion with a bunch of whereases that don't speak to that particular piece. So, I mean, I'm a bit confused. Normally, we would open up a report, pull something out, and vote on it separately. Instead, we have a motion in front of us. We don't have the report.
So I think this 7.3 that's printed out
Yeah.
is not the same 7.3 that's in the agenda.
Okay, well, then that's a bit of a problem. So can we have what it is that we're voting up on the screen? Unless you all have it and I don't. Do you all have it? No. So that's where the problem is here. Can we have the item that Councillor Danko was referring to up on the screen, please, so that council members understand exactly what it is that we're voting on? Thank you, Councillor Danko, for the clarification.
No, you're absolutely right. This 7.3 that's on the goldenrod was deferred to August, but that's not the 7.3 that's in the agenda.
Just give us a minute, folks, to try to clarify this. And okay, are we? All right, do we know if this is, go ahead, Clerk Trenum, please.
So Mayor Horvath, what is before council today is further amendments to Appendix A to report HSC 236G. The appendix, which is what's attached and we'll bring up here, has the amendments that were approved that need to formally be approved in the actual protocol, so amending now the protocol, in bold and italics, and we can get that up on the screen what those are. So if you look to your agenda, item 7.3, the second attachment, That is the appendix. Those are the changes that are being considered today. Again, I'll state, while this is in order, because this was a decision referred through to council at a meeting prior to the motion that was approved by council at GI, or committee and council earlier today, it is in order, but given the discussions that we've had around referring these matters to, we get that report in August, it would also be in order to refer it to that point as well. So at the moment, we only have, I believe what Councillor Danko is doing is moving this to actually make these amendments to the protocol, as well as a further amendment or something else to item 20. Oh, you'd like 20 voted on separately?
Yes, but in order to simplify, we can just take it or leave it. This is basically implementing the changes that were already approved, so I will respect that was the direction of council and just move forward. I think it's important that we don't defer this because there are a couple of these changes that should be implemented right away, in particular, the 100 meters from the funeral home.
Okay, so where does that leave us, Councillor Danko? Are you withdrawing this motion? Are you continuing with this motion?
We'll just vote on the motion in its entirety that implements the changes that were approved at the previous council.
Including the referral, the deferral of other pieces, correct?
No, that's not on the table.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Perhaps what I might recommend, Madam Mayor, is if you could call perhaps a 5-minute recess, just so we can get this up on the screen. Oh, do we have it now?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so before us is the item to which Councillor Danko is referring in his motion, correct?
That is correct. So what you see on the screen now is Appendix A to the original report, the protocol. The bold and italicized pieces are the parts that staff were directed to make these amendments, and these amendments are now before council for consideration.
Okay, and I think that there's a desire for staff to kind of just give us a little bit of sense of their perspective on this. So if we could please have that.
Thank you. Danielle Blake, Manager of Housing Focus Street Outreach. So it was our understanding that these amendments were already approved at the last council meeting. So we've already started implementing these amendments and in fact, there's been enforcement on sites based on these amendments. So I'm just looking for some understanding of where we are with that.
Okay, so that, I think, is the understanding of most of us around the table. So we still have a conundrum then, or maybe not a predicament, but certainly a conundrum. So Councillor Danko, would you mind leaving this till the end of the motions and maybe help getting some clarification happening so that we make the, we know what it is that we're talking about? Please. So perhaps if we could have Councillor Danko and maybe Deputy Clerk Pilon have a bit of a sidebar. Having said that, Councillor Danko, that would mean you wouldn't be available for the next couple of motions. Is that problematic, or? I mean, the other thing we could do is go through the rest of the motions, then have a quick break because it's getting close to lunchtime, and finish that final motion after lunch. Does that sound good? That a better way to go? Okay. Okay, so let's hold back this item 7.3 in abeyance until after our lunch break, and then we will deal with it then. So then at this point, then we'll go on to 7.4, which is funding to the Somali community in Hamilton for soccer tournament participation 2024. Councillor Cretch, would you please present your motion?
It's actually a motion on behalf of Councillor Nan, who can't be here. So I'm happy to move this on her behalf, and it's funding for a soccer tournament, and it's coming out of the non-property tax revenue account 3301609603, and I have it from her that she's talked to finance staff about this, and they've made sure that this conforms to the use of that account. Otherwise, this is carrying on, I think, frankly, a couple of years of tradition now of supporting the Somali community to book space around Hamilton to be able to have their soccer tournament. A lot of the spaces they want to book, frankly, aren't available in the areas where everybody lives, so they're having to book them far afield and so forth, and so this is supporting that. I can't speak more to than that. I think it's seconded by, I forget, to be honest, who said they would second this. I apologize, but I guess trolling for a seconder.
Councillor Wang.
Councillor
Thanks,
Wang,
Councillor
thank
Wang. Okay, any discussion on item 7.4? Councillor Danko? No, that's from before, previous speakers list. Okay, seeing none then, we will go to the vote. Thank you. This carries 15-0. Thanks all. 7.5 is a request for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to advocate to the Government of Ontario to increase Ontario Disability Support Program and Ontario Works rates in Ontario. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. This is a request to the Association of Municipalities Ontario to advocate to the Government of Ontario to increase Ontario Disability Support Program and Ontario Works rates in Ontario. You will see that there is a significant amount of whereas statements, and many of them are actually very similar to one that we would have put forward at a previous time, at a previous council, where we did this level of advocacy, again, to both AMO and to the provincial government. I wanted to read into the therefore be it resolved, that A, that staff be directed to draft a letter to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, requesting at its upcoming annual general meeting that it advocate to the Government of Ontario to substantially increase the rates for Ontario Disability Support Program and Ontario Works, to lift Ontarians living with disabilities out of deep poverty, and B, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Finance, and to the Association of Municipalities and to the following 443 municipalities of Ontario. Mayor, may I speak to this?
Absolutely, please go ahead.
This, I wanted to share with all of council that this has been done previously. There have been, through Mayor Eisenberger's leadership, also sent a note very similar to this. And I thank the community, specifically Dr. Sally Palmer and her group, for their level of advocacy to keep this top of mind and to keep it on top of the radar. I do also want to make mention of the correspondence that Dr. Palmer had previously put forward on this very agenda, asking for specific amendments to this motion. I think that because of timing, it's a little harder, but I will say that we'll take those into should we get meetings with the minister at AMO conference, those will be points that we can definitely put forward. This is also something that, as much as we have done this previously, it is, I think, incumbent upon us as this current council to continually push and continually advocate for OW and ODSP rates to be raised. So I hope that I can ask for council's support on facilitating a very extensive government relations strategy, including a letter, including delegations to the respective ministries in order to advocate for this potential cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship, and Councillor Wang, thank you for your bringing this forward. I asked to speak only because I want to recognize legacy social justice champion and Dr. Sally Palmer, who's here. I can recall spending 18 years in the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and she would visit me every year with her petition, and we would try to find ways to move it forward, often difficult, some years more difficult than others, and we may be into that era now. So I appreciate Dr. Palmer, through you, Madam Mayor, your ongoing work, your legacy of championing this cause, and gracious me, thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any further speakers on the list. And again, on behalf of the council, Dr. Palmer, thank you for your great work. And thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for bringing that to everyone's attention that Dr. Palmer's in the gallery. So there's no further speakers. Thanks for the work, Councillor Wang, and let's go to the vote on that motion. And that carries 15-0. Let's hope this time we get some movement on the efforts. 8.1 is the amendment to item 1 of the General Issues Committee 23-024 respecting addressing needs of unsheltered individuals and those relying on Hamilton's emergency shelter system, HSC 23041 citywide. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have a motion, first of all, to waive the rules?
Sorry, just a quick moment. Are we in notices of motion now? I think it was your motion before notices of motion that you had put forward.
That's right. We are in notices of motions now. I would suspect that we could perhaps go through that. My understanding is the notice of motion that I have is 8.3. I'm sorry?
So sorry, I'm just making sure we don't go the wrong way. I know you're the chair. No interference from me. I'm just saying that I think you said that the motion you were going to put forward was going to happen under motions. And so-
Yes, the one that we deferred?
No, the one that you were going to put forward for the Indigenous, urban Indigenous strategy was going to happen under motions, and then we went to notice of motion.
It's
so I just got
actually under
worried.
notice of motion because I
thank
have to
you.
waive it, right?
Okay, thank you so much. Just making sure.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Don't be sorry. That's why we're all here. I'm going to go to this then and say that these are some amendments about changing some language regarding the staff asked me to put forward with respect to the way that the payments are being assigned and the fact that the group that was doing this building is no longer the same group as before. So before it was Indwell, now it's City Housing Hamilton. So we have to change it from Indwell to City Housing Hamilton. Not thrilling, but important.
Okay, so I think we first have to vote on the notice, the waiving of the rules.
Yes, the waiving of the rules. And so, yes, I'll need someone to second that.
Okay,
Councillor
that's
Cassar is going to
Councillor
do that.
Cassar.
Yeah.
Okay, on the waiving then, moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Cassar. Let's have that vote up. Thanks very much, and the motion's, the waiving is carried. And now on the motion itself, on 8.1, Councillor Kretsch?
Yep, my seconder is still going to be Councillor Cassar. He'll be helping out for the next motion as well.
Okay, and I think everybody's clear. This is a housekeeping matter. Oh, I'm sorry? Councillor Clark, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's just clarification. 1E, it talks about it being referred to the 2024 tax operating budget, and then further on, it talks about a number of others being referred to the 2024 tax operating budget. Is that supposed to be 2025, or am I misreading what we're doing here?
Thanks, Councillor Clark, for catching that. Can I ask staff to clarify, please, what Councillor Clark is referring to, which is item E? Is that what you said, Councillor Clark?
It's
Yes, E.
1E.
Yeah, 1E, yeah, that up to 2.3 million be referred to the 2024 tax operating budget for council's consideration.
And then item 1ID, similarly, it talks about the 2024 tax operating budget, and there's a few of them in there. So I'm not sure if I'm just misreading the intention of the motion.
Yeah, I think what it is that the previous approvals in that tax operating budget that was approved some time ago, the name of the proponent changed, and so it's simply going backwards to clean up the language. But I might be wrong, so I'll ask Director Fletcher to please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting Director of Housing Services, Al Fletcher. This is essentially a housekeeping amendment, as the councillor had mentioned. Our funding requires us to fund only those who are the providers. So the constructor of the building, we can't fund an intermediary, which would be Indwell that's providing the service. The original approval was in regards to Indwell providing the service and funding them directly. So this just clarifies to be consistent with our funding. Everything else within the agreement or the report is as approved previously, subject to the other amendments that were in there that were just minor in nature.
And so in fact, it is 2024 tax operating budget.
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Councillor Clark, do you have clarity?
I think so, if I may paraphrase, just to make sure that I do.
Okay.
So what I'm seeing here, what we're doing is there is a housekeeping motion that may be changing the name of the organization that's going to be receiving the funding. It has already been approved in the 2024 tax operating budget. And where it refers to that, being referred to that budget, that's because this has already been approved.
Yes, that, we're getting nods from Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any further speakers to this motion? Seeing none, we'll take the vote, please. Oh, sorry. Okay. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. 8.2 is amendment to item 6.3 of the council meeting 21-024, respecting Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Initiative project stream funding, which was approved by council on December 15th, 2021. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have the motion to waive the rules on this item?
Yes, my seconder will be Councillor Cassar. This is also a housekeeping amendment. I'll speak to the excitement of the amendment shortly.
Okay, thank you. Can we please have the vote up on the waiving of the rules? That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Please go ahead, Councillor Kretsch, on the motion.
So this is an agreement from 2021. We're changing the period of the renewals and the length of it because, of course, it's taken longer to get all the funding matched up to the projects. So it's simply just about changing the dates. It's my reading of it here, and I see staff are shaking their head that I've got that correct.
Okay, any speakers to this? No, seeing none. Okay, then we'll go to the vote, please, on 8.2. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. I'd now actually like to ask Councillor Francis to take the chair so that I can ask for a notice of, or ask for the notice provisions to be waived so I can put a motion on the table.
Sorry, what am I doing here? All right. Okay, go ahead. Mayor Horvath, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Thanks very much. Yes, I have a motion to waive the rules, which is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the furthering a collaborative path between the City of Hamilton and urban Indigenous residents as per the council-approved urban Indigenous strategy.
I guess we'll now have that vote. Vote is up. That carries 15-0. Please introduce your motion.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I sent this motion around earlier, and the motion has a number of whereases. Whereas Hamilton City Council's approved urban Indigenous strategy makes a commitment to having a trusting relationship with Indigenous communities where we communicate and work together appropriately to address the unique needs and issues of Indigenous people. There are not very many whereases. There, I think, are 4 whereases. And I think that it's important to get to the resolved. And I don't know if the clerks can put that motion up on the screen so that others can see it. But the resolve is that the City of Hamilton's Indigenous Relations Division provide a presentation to a future General Issues Committee detailing the current status and progress on the urban Indigenous strategy and its various components, including but not limited to those that improve meaningful consultation and participation of Indigenous peoples in municipal decision-making. That an updated scan of Truth and Reconciliation best practices currently being implemented in other Canadian municipalities and ongoing work being done through organizations like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities be completed, and that the City of Hamilton's Legal Services Division provides an overview of the statutory framework and responsibilities that exist at the federal, provincial, and municipal orders of government relating to the work detailed in the urban and Indigenous strategy. And if I can speak to it very briefly, Councillor Francis, as I mentioned earlier in our previous discussion, I really had the sense that there was a need to move us forward together as a council and as a city, including our staff, in collaboration with the urban Indigenous community as well as the Indigenous community overall in Hamilton. And I want to say that the reality is that that wasn't, I didn't get the sense that that's where all folks were at, but I do very much believe that we're all on the same page in terms of furthering that commitment, that responsibility. I think that the community has been very clear, and I want to say that I'm very grateful to the Circle of Beads and other members of the community that have regularly come forward with various invitations in partnership and in friendship, as well as making formal presentations here at the council table and at committee tables. And as we look to future steps that we are going to take, I think it's really important that we take stock of where we currently are. And so as a council and as a city, have the actions that we've agreed upon taken place. So where are we with the things that we've agreed already to undertake? Have we had meaningful engagement with your urban Indigenous community? Has it been fruitful? Have the commitments that we've made to learning by both council members as individuals and as a council and of staff, have those commitments to learning been fulfilled? How do we fare as a city when it comes to the journey for reconciliation? Have we been taking tangible actions as listed in the urban Indigenous strategy? There's lots of questions outstanding. I know I'm talking to a motion that doesn't have a seconder. Is that your concern, Councillor Francis? I can see you looking at me in the corner of my eye. I don't know, is there a seconded by Councillor McMeekin? Thank you. Has the city's Indigenous Relations Division felt supported as they guide us along the path of reconciliation? These are all, I think, very, very essential questions that we should be asking as a body. And so while we strive to make those moves forward in a very meaningful way, I think we need to take some serious stock of where we are at this very moment. I think that the motion is one that addresses some of these pieces, but maybe not all, but does put our words into action in a way that brings us along together. And I think that that's extremely important. So I have this humble request of the members of council that we take this process seriously in a way that it gathers us as opposed to divides us. And I respectfully put it forward because I believe that will help us on our journey. it's extremely, an extremely important journey, an extremely serious journey, and I think that we have to do everything we can to be extremely circumspect and thoughtful, respectful with each other and with our city staff and with our community, and most importantly, with members of our urban Indigenous community as well as the Indigenous community overall, because we have many, many members of the City of Hamilton's population who are of First Nations heritage as well as Indigenous heritage. And so I do appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward. Thank you.
Great. We do have a speakers list started. Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Danko and Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Cretch, please.
Couple questions first, then I have some comments. First question is just to the city clerk. If I wanted to bring an amendment forward saying that we include the consideration of an Indigenous seat in this, I presume that would be out of order since we've already debated on that issue, require 2/3 reconsideration. I just want to confirm that I understand the procedure. That's what I was told, but I think it's useful for someone to say that out loud.
Sorry, through the chair, could you just confirm that the motion would be to add a seat?
The motion would be to amend this so that we add, essentially, that we have staff report back on what the process would be. But that was already in my other motion, so.
Correct. So through the chair, that motion was defeated. Just has to report back specifically on those matters if the wording is consistent with the motion that council has already defeated.
So it would require reconsideration in the future if I ever wanted to go down that road again. Thank you. My second question is for someone in the Indigenous Relations team with respect to the consultation that happened for this motion. I'm asking because the consultation for the other motion is kind of clear. I don't know if you know. If you don't know, I'm sorry to have asked and put you on that spot. I just wonder if you know about consultation in the urban Indigenous community around this or.
Hello, Beth Dockstader, Manager of Indigenous Relations, through you, Chair, to the councillor. Could you just clarify the question, please?
Sure, I'm just trying to understand if this motion, there was consultation done in the urban Indigenous community around this motion. Like, I don't know what people do or don't know about it. It's coming forward now, I understand publicly, but there very well may have been discussions in the urban Indigenous community about this motion before now. I don't know.
To my understanding, there has not been any consultation on this specific motion.
Thank you. So I think that one of the things that is obvious about this motion is no one's going to say we don't want to further our relationship with the Indigenous community. That's obvious that everyone's going to agree to that, I would presume. It's like saying we want the city of Hamilton to remain in the city of Hamilton. Sure, like these are obvious statements that we're going to make. And so no one's not going to support this, I think, but I don't want to get it confused that I'm here in support of a motion that I don't think has gone through the consultation process. It doesn't request the direct support asked from the urban Indigenous community. They asked a very direct question for us to investigate something. We said, no, this is being put forward as an alternative, fine, but this is not the same thing. And I don't want this to come across also as somehow now we're all on the same team and everything's going ahead and this is indivisive. Sure, we can be preoccupied here about whether our votes match up and we're all unanimous on something. That's a job we can be preoccupied about. But we also have a responsibility to not create division in the community either. So outside of this space and the things we do and the actions we take have impacts on the community. I think it's creating a lot of division, frankly, by doing what we did today. So I get it, you want to have votes that are unanimous, but this council is not shied away from having divisive votes. Sometimes we don't agree. That's why we have a voting system and a majority voting system that says, hey, sometimes we don't agree entirely and it's going to go this way or that way. That's how democracy works and that's fine. For us to suggest that we always have to be on the same page or that in certain issues it's important to be on the same page entirely and unanimously, I think it just undermines the idea of democracy. It's just not how it works. That's a nice to have. But right now, I think that the Indigenous community has said that that's not where we're at. This is a nice to have moment. This is a moment where people are asking for us to show up. We didn't decide to do that. But this is not resolving that in any way. Again, I'll support it because of course it's a no-brainer to support. But I'm just saying out loud, well, I think this doesn't do any of the things it's reported to do.
All right. Next up is Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. First of all, I really want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward and the significant work that I know has gone on behind the scenes, not just on this specific motion, but the mayor's ongoing work with the various Indigenous communities throughout the city of Hamilton, which extends long before her role as mayor, as her previous roles. And I think I anyway personally really value that those relationships that have been built over many, many years and continue to benefit the city of Hamilton greatly. I think the motion that's before us today is keeping with the Indigenous tradition of consensus, so that we can work as collaboratively, not just as a council, but also with the various voices in the Indigenous community and those voices that are outside of the Indigenous community. You know, every meeting, every council meeting, we recite the land acknowledgement, which specifically says that we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better to understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. And I think the motion that's before us really leans into that commitment that we make each and every meeting. When we were discussing the original direction about a dedicated Indigenous councillor and what that might mean, I think that was perhaps an unfortunate distraction to our goal working towards reconciliation. I use the example of my wife, who's an urban Indigenous woman. She's Mi'kmaq, as an elected leader. And there's been many Indigenous elected leaders in the city of Hamilton and also other prominent urban Indigenous leaders, such as Pat Mandy, who is the chair of the police board. And I think it's absolutely true that, we perhaps haven't celebrated or, considered the contributions of the urban Indigenous community in a way that we really should. And I think a lot of that is genuinely the results of colonialism and some of the racism and oppression that Indigenous peoples have faced for generations. I think the motion that's before us really does reflect our municipal commitment to the urban Indigenous strategy and our own urban Indigenous staff who are tasked with this work and do a absolutely amazing job day in and day out. It is, has been said many times, it is a very difficult portfolio with many diverse voices within the Indigenous community and outside. But, as municipalities in Ontario, in particular, if you go to British Columbia or other jurisdictions that do have a much more effective incorporation of Indigenous learning, of Indigenous knowledge, perspectives, and traditions within their municipal decision-making. I think there's lots to learn. And it's something that, a commitment that I think we as a council do take seriously. So I'm fully supportive and, hopefully as we work through these issues, we can work to a place where Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous traditions, Indigenous learning, and ways of thinking about decision-making is just incorporated into all municipal processes exactly the same way as we aim to do with equity, diversity, and inclusion. That it's not a separate thing, it's not an advisory committee, it's just incorporated into everything that we do as municipality. And that's my end goal, and I think something that we can all work to achieve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Beattie and Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Where to go? I supported the earlier motion. I thought that was covered much of what the mayor's motion is covered, but with some different words. I also appreciate the mayor's anticipation that we might run into some difficulties with that and her subsequent intervention with the motion. I support this motion further to not having been able to pass the previous motion. I guess, and trying to make sense of it all, the idea of getting an update from our Indigenous office and the work that's going on, and to see that placed in the context of what is going on in other municipalities is really important. I just want to flag from a little bit of research that I've been able to do on the side that there are municipalities in Canada that are moving forward with more formal voices on council, and it would be good to actually document that and to see what the experience has been. Somebody has suggested that fear and hope eat off the same plate, and it's often difficult to distinguish between the two. But I think your motion, Madam Mayor, Your Worship, speaks to building a more solid foundation upon which to take any kind of leap into the passion for the possible reference that Councillor Wang referred to. So it's easier to look at a passion for the possible when you know what's going on out there. So I support that. I would end with a quote which may or may not be appropriate given who he was and his role, but I remember Winston Churchill once said, history is going to be kind to us. I know because we intend to write it. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Francis. And I just want to say that I am showing up. I am here. I want to move forward. And I believe that the best way to move forward is to first understand where you currently are. And I think that this motion does exactly that in a responsible way. And I'm thankful to the mayor for some real leadership on this and bringing this forward. I won't repeat what I said earlier, but I will say that I think this motion is respectful and considerate. And I think that the mayor made note of this earlier. And I think this is really important. We are all at different levels of knowledge and understanding on this issue and on this journey. And I think that this motion is going to be instructive and important in trying to bring us all up to the same level, everyone sitting around this table, so that we can move forward together in a more coherent fashion. And so I'm looking forward to the results of this. I think it will be extremely beneficial, and thankful again to the mayor for her leadership on this.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Next up is Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Francis. Mayor Horwath, I want to commend you and salute you for bringing your motion forward. Councillor Cretch is absolutely right. In 19 months, we don't have unity and unanimity on a lot of votes around this table. There's a lot of dissension and a lot of disunity. So that his observation, I would totally agree with him on that. So I thank you for bringing your motion forward. Very prudent, trying to build consensus, not just around this table, but with the Indigenous peoples of our community, Circle of Beads, and many others that, as you know, we have engaged with over the years with whatever the particular issue or project might be. And I just want to say, Deputy Mayor Francis, I normally don't admonish anyone, but both on Monday at GIC and today, I was admonished subtly, not named, but subtly, by the fact that Councillor Jackson, I'm paraphrasing, Councillor Jackson, after all, the motion is just an exploration, just a conversation, just to start. Nobody's talking about an Indigenous seat being appointed. And Councillor Cretch said he wondered just now if he could move an amendment to appoint an Indigenous seat, but we can't because of his earlier motion that needs reconsideration. So all I'm saying, Deputy Mayor Francis, is I was anticipating what the ideal ultimate outcome, and I say that respectfully, to what he ultimately desired to see with the staff report that may lead to an appointed Indigenous seat around this horseshoe. And when I was anticipating that, and my speech referenced that down the road, All I got back was, no, Councillor Jack, this is just an exploration, it's a conversation, that's all we're doing. So, Madam Deputy Mayor Francis, I just had to get that on the record. I normally don't do this, but I just had to get that on the record because of what the Ward 2 councillor wanted to amend your motion with in saying that, can I amend it to put appoint an Indigenous seat? That's all, Deputy Mayor Francis. Thank you for allowing me those comments. And if I've said anything to offend or out of order, then I'll be the first to apologize. Thank you.
Next up, we've got Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Cretch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Francis. Appreciate this opportunity. I was not present on Monday. I did watch the tape and understand the request. My challenge with where we were is we are not aware, to the best of my knowledge, what the current status is with the federal government and the provincial government with regards to the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. We're not aware because we're not at the table. It's in their authority to make those decisions, and we need to be cautious when we move forward. So the mayor's motion, in my mind, covers all of the bases and enables us to do the research, talk to the feds, talk to the province, and then come back with a report. And then ultimately this council can make a determination if they wish to move forward. I think it's prudent. I think it's pragmatic. Mayor Horwath has consistently demonstrated a desire to work with the federal government and the provincial government. And we need to ensure that we keep those doors and conversations open. I don't think it's appropriate for us to make the request to a senior level of government without knowing in advance where exactly they are on the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. So I support the mayor's recommendation. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Next up, second time speakers, we've got Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor McMeekin. Go ahead.
When this was sent around, it was proposed as an alternative to the motion I put forward, and so a lot of the comments are being made with respect to both these things, understandably. Briefly, my motion pretty much did everything that's in this motion. It asked for a report back from people. It did not consider an outcome that was prescriptive. It did not say that we were going to be asking the provincial or federal governments for anything. It said staff are going to report back on what the process looks like and what the options are. It did, however, mention the potential of having a discussion about whether or not an Indigenous representative from the urban Indigenous community could have a seat on council. So that's the distinction and difference here. And we've made the decision not to go down that road, and to go down it again, we'd have to have a 2/3 majority. I just made plain about that. It's not about it being inappropriate to ask that question. I don't think it's inappropriate for urban Indigenous people to ask us something and for us to do it. Yeah, sure, maybe people here don't want to characterize that as prudent or whatever else. Like, fair enough, I get it. Maybe people think it's not prudent. But I was literally just taking the request and putting it in front of us. Secondly, I did not use the word appoint at any point today, Councillor Jackson, at any point. I said, could I add the language from my motion? Not even add a seat. The city clerk clarified, hey, are you asking to add the seat? And I said, no, I'm asking to add the language. I clarified it. So I know that, we say the words we say here are very important. So it's right for you to say, hey, I heard you say this thing and you said it here on the public record, but I didn't say it. So just correcting that for the public record. And again, I did that knowing that everyone around here wasn't comfortable with that kind of language. Like, I worked with about 6 councillors, I think it was, to have that conversation, and people said, that shouldn't be in the motion because it's not quite, okay, let's have this investigation. So it was all very mindful and intentional. It's just as mindful and intentional to keep saying the word regardless of the fact that it's not in the motion. So let's just try here, I think, to be fair, and the words on the motions are the things that we go by, the things that we say here are the things that we go by, and leave it at that. And stop trying to read into these things. I've said several times what my intention was. I just ask that you please respect that.
Next up is Councillor McMeekin.
Well, I want to build a little bit on what Councillor Cretch has said. When Circle Beads originally came before us, It was a very enlightening hour or so that we spent. I specifically asked the question about how would this person come to be here? And I was thinking to myself, Your Worship, about Alvin Curling when he was the only black member of the Legislative Assembly and was appointed Speaker. I remember Mr. Curling breaking into tears sometimes because of the weight that he felt he was carrying. And I remember he's saying to me once, "Be careful what you wish for," you know. And I can imagine the awesome responsibility that would fall to an Indigenous person sitting around this table. I mean, I see the disagreements we have at every meeting, and but I just say that for some context. But when the Circle of Beads was here, I deliberately and specifically asked the question about how that person would come. And there was, because there had been some preamble conversation about, well, how would this person be elected? You know, what would happen? And the reference that came back, as I recall, was 88% of Indigenous people live in urban settings. It would not be impossible to enumerate them. They could vote for a person. That person could be, in fact, elected to the council, albeit as from a specific constituency. But that satisfied me. There was no insistence that anybody be appointed. I mean, nice for all of us to go back to our wards and say, why don't you just appoint me for the next term? I don't think that anybody anywhere would countenance that. So just for the historical record, I just want to put on the record that that there was never the suggestion to appoint somebody, and there's quite open to the idea of enumerating and voting for were the province willing and able to even allow that to happen from a structural functional perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. And I see no further speakers, so this has been, Mayor Horwath's motion has been moved and seconded, so we will have that vote. Vote is up. That carries 15-0. I'll hand the chair back over to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Francis. I think where we are now is time to take a bit of a break because we have the one outstanding motion that has to, Councillor Danko's motion that was put in abeyance. And so if that's still needed to be done, having that conversation with Councillor Danko and clerks, may I get a confirmation that that's the case? Clerk Trenum? Okay, so then I'll entertain then a motion to recess for lunch for half an hour, moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor McMeekin, to be back at 1 o'clock. Good, folks? Okay. Can we have that vote up, please? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Okay, welcome back, councillors. It's clear that we have quorum, so we'll go back to our meeting. And as folks might recall, when we broke for lunch, we had an outstanding motion that was put in abeyance until this moment in time. And so I'm going to ask the city clerk to please kind of walk us through where we're at so that everybody understands the motion that's in front of us. So please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So apologies for any confusion that may have come up, but let me walk you through the decisions that were sort of made previously by both committee and council. The motion before the General Issues Committee was that staff be directed to prepare a motion to amend the encampment protocol to mitigate impacts of those living, and that would be outlined as an Appendix A. So at the committee meeting, what was passed was a direction to staff to bring back a motion. Council then considered that as part of the committee report, and in doing so made further amendments to the various aspects of that motion. But the piece that said that staff be directed to prepare a motion regarding Appendix A, being the encampment protocol, was still left as is. So that left staff with only approved direction from council to prepare a motion to come back with the amendments to the encampment protocol. So nothing was approved by council with regards to those amendments at this time. All that was approved was that direction to staff to come back with the motion, and that's why that motion is here today.
Okay, so are people okay with that? All right, and so then we have Councillor Danko's motion in front of us, which is 7.3.
That's correct. So 7.3 would be able to be put on the floor, and what we can do is we can put up Section D of the encampment protocol, which is attached to the agenda, and we can show you the sections that are being amended as part of that because some time has passed since the original motion.
Okay, could we do that then, please?
Mm-hmm. So as you can see on the screen, the amendments that you would be voting on today are what you see in bold and italics. Anything that's being removed from the protocol has been struck through. This may have been the original motion. It may have been as amended by council at council, but this is what was approved by council for staff to bring forward as a motion. And the additional question is to deal with item 20, D20 separately.
Okay, so I guess I'm still, are there questions here around the table? No, Councillor Jackson?
Through you, Mayor Horvath, thank you, new City Clerk Trenum. Really appreciate this during our recess. I heard Manager Blake, and Manager Blake, correct me, I thought I heard her say before the break that already what is before us here, even in bold italics, has already been approved. They've already implemented some of those changes near the funeral home on King Street, clearing out that encampment now with the revised protocol. So again, is this like a matter of a duplication, City Clerk Trenum? Because I'm a little bit still confused, because if we still need to do this, in spite of what Manager Danielle Blake said, and I'm trying to reconcile what you've shared versus what she shared earlier, then yeah, if this is open for another vote, then I'm kind of with Councillor Danko for consistency's sake on paragraph 20, but I really don't want to be, because I've already stated my opinion and I've already given that vote several times, much to the glare and stare from the Ward 2 councillor. And now that was done facetiously. Anyways, so please, can we just reconcile this, Mayor Horvath, please? If this is a moot point, let's just then say it's a moot point, or if it's just a simple ratification, I'm like you. I'm still a bit confused, and I really don't want to have another vote because we're going to get tons of reports in August. Through you, Mayor, to the City Clerk again, please.
Okay, could you please go through it for us? I think what's the desire is that what people thought we had already approved, people think that that should be approved. And the question becomes, does what's before us now enable that to happen or not, right?
Correct. So through the mayor, this is actually making the decision to amend the protocol. So the protocol has not been amended at this point.
Okay.
I can't speak to what actions have been taken, but this is really just formalizing the actions, and it's ensuring that it is formally approved and a consolidated amended version can be made available to both staff and those that would need to follow it going forward.
City Clerk Trenum, I still got the floor, Mayor. I'm satisfied with that. Councillor Danko, I know why you raised this, and I understand that, but the Strawn Linear Park, for me, ship has sailed. And in trying to restore a bridge here, if everybody is getting my subtle humor, and trying to restore a bridge, I'm okay with just ratifying with what's here before us today of the decisions that were made previously. And I don't need a separate vote on anything, but I understand why Councillor Danko raised the issue he did. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to go to the city manager because she's responsible for the implementation of all of the decisions that are made by the council so that she understands and can ensure that we are where we need to be to ratify the things that we thought were already ratified. And how do we ensure that, and ensuring that that's being done right now?
Through you, Madam Mayor. And so I'll put it in my own simple terms and layperson's terms. And so I think around the table and staff as well believed that it had been ratified at the time. Because of the language, though, it had not been. So what I'm hearing is that folks want to just formalize this, and then moving forward, we will be more careful about our language to prevent this from occurring in the future. Without this, though, we can't enforce as we had previously.
Okay, and so the ratification takes place with what's on the screen? So do we need a motion to approve what's, and that's what Councillor Danko's motion is?
That's what Councillor Danko has moved.
Which says, okay, I got it, because it's not the no motion in my thing anymore. Okay. All right, perfect. So where are we? We are where we are, right? Everybody's good? All right, so is there any discussion then on that motion? Good God, no.
We just need a seconder.
Oh, we need a seconder. Councillor Spatafora seconds, thank you. So then we'll put that up for the vote, please. 7.3. Okay, thank you. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Okay, so now I just have to get myself back to where we were. I believe the next piece on our agenda, if I'm not mistaken, is statement by members. Is that correct? Okay, so we have statement by members, and I'm prepared to make a statement as well, so put me on the list, but at the end. I prefer to have everybody else have their opportunity. So folks who want to make statements, please get yourselves on the list, and we'll take it from there. Okay, so Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Two things I want to share. One was in response to your opening today, recognizing some of the passages of great local champions, and specifically Tommy Wise. You noted a number of things about Mr. Wise. One thing I would note in addition to the good words you said is he was probably one of Hamilton's best known and most generous philanthropists. There are a lot of things, particularly in the arts and culture sector that he was involved in. I can recall far too many years ago when our family was involved in some refugee resettlement. There were a couple of families where the church groups that were sponsoring sort of ran into some fiscal trouble, and Mr. Wise came to the aid of at least two families I'm aware of, and provided free rent for a year just to make sure that they had an opportunity to solidify their foundation here in Canada. Both of those families are now giving back and sponsoring refugees themselves. So playing it forward was something Tommy was very good about, and it was a sad and very emotional sharing at his funeral. He was a great man. All the people you mentioned were great folk, but Tommy was the one I knew best. And I was introduced to him by his dad, his dad and I were good friends. I mean, I know that dates me, but Arthur was, when Hamiltonians had their contest about the most famous Canadian, I think he and Lincoln Alexander were in a race for that title, Holocaust survivor, and a lot of stuff was passed on to Tommy, and he in turn passed it on to everybody else. So that's the first thing I want to share. The second thing, on a very serious note, is you may be aware that there was a tragic incident that occurred up on Highway number 6 with a place that happens to be in the Greenbelt, and on their website, which I think has now been taken down, was billing themselves as Party Central and Hotel Central. They are operating, as best I know, without a license. You can't run a hotel or that kind of a business in the Greenbelt to begin with. The owner had a contractual arrangement with people who were renting the facility. It's not occupied, it's just a big house in a rural area with a requirement to be no more than 15 people. On the day of the tragic incident, there were 100 people there. Gunshots rang out at 4 o'clock in the morning. People were running into the woods for their lives. When all the dust settled and the bullets settled, there was 1 dead and 2 wounded. The police at 2 levels, OPP and Hamilton Police Services, are investigating. A lot of my people out that in the constituency following a incident earlier with the 2 women who were attacked on the highway, that investigation is ongoing. People want to know what happened, and my response is nothing more than, I'm sorry, I can't comment on a police investigation. But I can say that our bylaw people, our planning people, and other parts of our internal mechanism are at work now to try to find some clarity on the situation, and I really appreciate their work. I understand there's some meetings going on, the police are engaged, and hopefully we'll get some peaceful resolution out there. Those are my comments. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Tattison, please go ahead.
I've always believed that the best way to deal with an accident is to prevent them in the first place from happening and being proactive. And secondly, when emergencies or accidents do happen, to be prepared. And that messaging was definitely highlighted this past Wednesday night when the BAS, the Binbrook Agricultural Society, Mr. Jackson, held their 44th annual Family Safety Night. And I'd invite everyone to come up there next year and see the excellent example of home safety presentations where they talk about preventing home invasions, theft-proofing your place, dealing with car thefts, door-to-door scams. They talk about water safety. They talk about street safety. That's pedestrian safety. That's driving safety. They even talk about farm safety, dealing with hoppers and silos and the dangers that children find when they're playing around barn sites and so forth, and farm equipment. So it was a very, very fulsome night there. Lots of swag was given out and lots of good times had by all. It was free food, and it's an excellent example of a community coming together to deal with safety in a proactive way. And my second mention doesn't have to deal with my ward. It deals with Dr. Dawn Baudesh, and she's an immunologist and a professor working at MAC, and she was someone that I consulted with many times throughout our COVID pandemic experiences. And she has put together what I would call a one-woman play that's going to be happening at the Fringe Festival. And I'm going to be attending that, and I apologize, but the title of the play leaves me now, but you can check that out on Google. It's Dr. Don Bodesh at the Fringe Festival. And thank you. No more comments.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Two real brief items for me. First of all, regarding construction on Garner Road, there's been a significant water main project, installation project that will continue, but just want to let residents know that the section between Shaver and Wilson is open effective today to two-way traffic. I know that's been challenging for businesses in the area, so just want to let the community know that road is now open for two-way traffic. Other sections of the road remain under construction though. And secondly, just a reminder to the community of the Ancaster Farmers Market every Wednesday from 3 to 7 in front of the Ancaster Memorial Arts Center. If you recall, the last few Wednesdays have not been the greatest weather, but the farmers market persists, and just want to remind everyone there, it's from 3 to 7 for the remainder of the season. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Jackson, please.
Mayor Horvath, one announcement on a very somber and sad note. You've mentioned a few members of our community earlier today of stature that sadly have passed on, and rightly so, that you mentioned their attributes and their contributions and the legacies they've left behind. I have somebody in my ward, a young man of 49 and a half years of age, who will this Tuesday, July 16th, be using the new legislation of MAID, the acronym MAID, Medically Assistance in Dying. His name is Steve Townsend, lives at 51 East 44th Street. This young man has recently had great stories. Thank you, Scott Radley and the Spectator. Thank you, Channel 11, for a wonderful clip they did. And this past Sunday at the Tiger Cat home game with BC, they put up Steve's picture on the scoreboard. Steve Townsend has endured since birth a multitude, a complexity of medical issues, just too great for any individual to endure. And he's had over 111 procedures medically for all the complexities that he's had to endure in that body of his. He's an enormous Ticat fan. There should be a picture in Google and in my old Webster's dictionary beside the words persistent, resiliency, and survivor. There should be a picture of Steve Townsend. He has a wonderful, wonderful, devoted mother, Barbara Townsend, and without a father, literally his entire life, she devoted and cared for him in an extraordinary way that just brings both tears of joy and tears of sadness to one's eyes. Steve has decided 6 months before his 50th birthday this Christmas that the pain of everything he's going through physically and obviously affecting him emotionally, mentally, physiologically, psychologically, and the enormous care that his mother, through healthcare services of PSW and nurses and doctors over the years, is just becoming just an enormous burden of care for his mother, Barbara Townsend, who's never, ever, ever left his side. So I just want to, before Tuesday's, this coming Tuesday's finality for Steve Townsend, I just want to say as a neighbor, as a friend, as an honor to be his municipal representative, I just want to salute this gentleman who for me is my hero and my champ and a great inspiration. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Very somber words. I don't see any further speakers on the list, the speakers list, but I do want to just quickly, on a totally different topic, mention the activity I was able to undertake in this last week in Montreal. So I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Francis so that I can speak as a member.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was invited by the Hamilton Community Foundation to attend their learning tour in Montreal. Councillor Maureen Wilson was with us, City Manager Clucky was with us, members of the media and other community partners, folks like, for example, Greg Dunnett, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. There were folks from other parts of the country that were there as well. There was somebody from Ottawa, there was somebody from Edmonton. And a big part of the reason why I think I was invited, but also why it was important for us to attend, was that the focus was on not only social impact investing, but also affordable housing. And so it was quite a significant couple of days. As was mentioned earlier, the crisis that we have here in Hamilton is being played out in many, many communities around the country. And so that made this particular invitation very timely, and I was pleased to be able to attend. As you know, and has been mentioned, and I appreciate that, there has been a number of initiatives to approach the provincial government to help us with our housing crisis particularly. And just a couple weeks ago, we had Minister Calandra, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, come to review some of or physically see some of the shovel-ready affordable housing projects that we have on the docket. I should say Justin Lewis was also with us from the Housing Secretariat. And the point was that we need to get a sense of what other communities are doing on the ground that are helping them further their work in addressing the challenges that we are all facing. And so being able to see what's happening in Montreal was really quite something else. I mean, there's no doubt that it's a different culture in Quebec, and so that brings different opportunity in terms of partnership, in terms of their, if you will, social contract. I know folks know what that concept is. It's not the same as in other parts of the country, but they certainly have done some pretty interesting things, and having those conversations sparked amongst some of the leaders in our community was immensely beneficial. So Matt, now I don't have to do that interview, right? No, I'm only kidding. But the other thing that I think is important is that we've also been doing other things, not only around this table, but for example, we had the city manager, senior leadership team, a number of other folks do a walkabout in our downtown with the chief of police, as I said, and others to talk about what we're seeing and what some solutions may be. I've been working with folks to kind of hear what concerns they have, not only in terms of the housing crisis and the homelessness or unhoused population challenges that we have, but also to kind of see firsthand how some of that's playing out in the community. These conversations are not over, and they will continue on. And I know that many of you around this table, particularly members who represent wards that are impacted in more significant ways, are doing a lot of important work and having a lot of important conversations. And I think that that's what we need to continue to do. There's no one silver bullet, as we've talked about before, but there certainly is a necessity to be seized with not only the challenges, but also the opportunities for addressing some of those challenges. And so if there are things that folks think we need to be thinking more about, if there are things that you would like me, particularly as mayor, to engage with, let me know. It's going to take a lot of collective work, both from the city, hopefully the other orders of government, but absolutely the not-for-profit and other sectors to work together to really begin to make a difference for those folks who are most vulnerable in our community. So that's really all I really wanted to share, and I'll leave it at that. I'll take that chair back then. Councillor Francis, thank you. Again, I don't see any further speakers, so next, I believe, is the motion to go into camera. Let me just make sure I'm on track here. Communications, right. So council communications updates, June 21st, 2024 to July 4th, 2024. Councillor Francis, may I please have a motion to receive the council communications update listing?
You may. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that the listing of council communication updates from June 21st, 2024 to July 4th, 2024 be received.
Thanks very much. Any items that that folks want to have referred to a standing committee, or anything that folks would like to discuss on the communications update listing? No more deferrals? Okay. Okay, I don't see anything then, so we'll go to the vote, please. Oops, sorry. There we go. That carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. So now we are going to go into the private and confidential portion of our agenda. May I please have a motion to receive item 11.2, correspondence from Lisa Shields, City Solicitor, respecting confidential legal update regarding proceedings under the Endangered Species Act, Delsey Bond. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Oh, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
I was just, apologies, I was just going to suggest we do this one in open as it's just receiving information, but that's what's happening already, so I'll quiet, it's all good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, so then we'll go to that vote. And that carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. So now may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.1 pursuant to go ahead, clerk?
Through the mayor, the motion to permit the representatives from Deloitte into closed session is required.
Okay. It's not on my roadmap, but that's fine. Is it? Oh, there it is. Andy Potter and Kristen Davies, Bryson Tan. Okay. May I have a motion then to permit Bryson Tan, Shannon Parker, Andy Potter, and Kristen Davies of Deloitte LLP to attend the closed session portion of the meeting? Apologize for that. That's moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any discussion? No, so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. Now, can we have the motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.1 pursuant to section 9.3, subsection A of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsection A of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the city or a local board. Please indicate your vote now on the going in camera. Oh, we had a, oh, okay, mover and seconder, Councillor Cassar, Councillor Jackson. That carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see members of council rejoin the meeting, and council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So thanks very much. We'll get all settled here, and then Let me know when we're ready. Just as we're waiting to go back live, I know folks were concerned because there was some commotion outside of the doors, and I saw folks looking at the doors. Apparently, quite a huge wedding was taking place, and that's what some of that commotion was about. So that's a positive, fun fact, or fun thing to share. Okay. Okay, members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure you're back in the open portal of eScribe, and we're, I believe, ready to go. So can I have a motion to receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of the update on cybersecurity incident? Moved by Councillor Gosar, seconded by Councillor Tattison. We have the vote up, please. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Item 12 is bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Francis, may I have a motion on the bills?
You may. This moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that bills number 24-122 to number 24-140 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and by the city clerk to read as follows.
Okay, thanks very much. That's moved and seconded. So can I get the vote on the bylaws, please? Carries 13-0. May I please have a motion to adjourn, members of council, as we've completed our business for the day? Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Wang. That vote is up. Carries 13-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon and have a great weekend.